Hey Ron, um, whatever people want to talk about. Although I'm wondering why people aren't paying more attention to the drones. I have heard from reliable sources that these must be American drones, and um, people in in our government must know what exactly is going on. But our government is being embarrassingly incompetent. How you doing, Ron?
All I have to say is our government is safe and effective. Why are you laughing? Don't laugh at me. It's safe. Good evening. Okay,
Good.
okay, so I got something disturbing for you.
Ooh.
Um, there have been sightings of these whatevers over Wright Patterson Air Force Base, which is it's north of me.
Mm-hmm.
Right, right, Pat. Now this is anecdotal. This is
Mm-hmm.
not real news. But now with that out the way, uh, so you know that's not a cool thing. And one of my buddies, he's he's a very calm Nebraska fella.
Right.
He was thinking it was probing, but to be honest, at this point, it's not because if it was real probing, there would be a or Mark Parker's word kerfuffle already. So this is, and I hate to think that they're looking for something bad before something bad
Uh,
happens.
so okay, my project has always been um, secured distributed cognition, which means trust people to know the things that you can trust to know them. Try to find as many people you can trust to know things as possible, and go ahead and trust them.
Okay.
Now, I know a couple of people, more than a couple of people, who um, have security clearances, have
Right.
worked on drones, have worked on, various things.
Right.
Um, and the people I have reached out to, the people who have reached out to me, have pointed out that um, these appear to be obviously American drones
Right.
because they have the proper licenses and lighting and everything
Right.
else.
Right.
And so they seem unanimous that somebody is just testing out drones, and because they're classified and our stupid system of classification,
Yeah.
nobody nobody knows what they're doing. Their left hand isn't talking to their right hand.
Right.
That's all that's going on. There's
Okay.
no emergency, there's no cause to be concerned, other
Right.
than our government has this capacity to left hand doesn't know what right hand is doing.
Remember the U-2? Like I wasn't around, but the U-2 spy plane was shot down, and only after it was shot down and they had parts in Russia did the United States go, yeah, that was ours. And the American public, that was the first case I think of trust being broken by the government.
Publicly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and now after COVID, I'm thinking not only has trust been broken, but it's um, you're guilty. The government is guilty until proven innocent at this point.
So
Does that
I
sound about
mean,
right?
this goes into, like, yeah. So our institutions, we don't trust anybody,
Right.
which is a huge problem because we need to trust each other and we need to trust at least our government not to be completely incompetent. And um, I have to say, with the internet, it's become a lot more obvious. I don't think where people are so much more incompetent or corrupt than they were 50 or 60 years ago. It's
Mhm.
just so much more obvious
Yeah.
than it used to be.
Right.
Everybody has a camera in their pocket. Everybody has a huge microphone. And so Yon God says Obama drank the Flint City water, so I believe it's safe too. Um,
Right.
and we've got to rebuild trust. We've got to rebuild trust.
Dude,
So
here's my problem with that, and I do agree with you that I just unplugged myself. Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you, sir.
Cool. Restoring trust. That to me, after COVID and the fiasco that is unraveling now, I mean, I think the trust is gone. It's not gone forever, but if you, anyhow, I think you understand what I'm getting at. Like until you clean up the mess that just occurred,
Mhm.
and that is being revealed. At, if someone's acting shady in the past, and there's something else shady going on, or
Mhm.
confusing at least. I'm not saying this is shady, the drones. I'm just saying it's confusing. Yeah, I'm sorry, I did interrupt you because you were saying how to restore trust. Okay, how do you restore trust?
Well, I mean, I'm hoping that Elon Musk is actually restoring some trust with people. I
Uh-huh.
hope. I don't know if that's true. Um, I am hoping that once this new administration goes in, they
Right.
go through a real round of declassifications and like seriously declassifying things and
Right.
maybe cutting down the size of government so that
Okay.
we can actually feel like, well, the Pentagon needs to go through an audit, right? And
Okay.
and Trump has talked about the accreditation system for colleges being used to actually establish like our institutions not telling us obvious stupid shit. um I don't know. I'm hoping. I The only thing I
Okay.
can do on my side is try to establish trust with people who I think, okay, these people aren't going to say stupid shit.
Right.
People actually believe in speaking the truth and acknowledging truth. And yeah, that's my hope.
Okay. All right.
What do
That's
you
reasonable.
what do you think?
Well, I okay. There. I will now stop. As a landscape worker who moves dirt, I am now going to talk about medicine.
Okay.
So, uh, when I worked on campus, it came close to me losing my job if I didn't get vaccinated. There was so, and what I hate about, and I will confess, I did the first jab. There was two rounds. One, my mom was in a assisted living place, and they're like, if you don't get vaccinated, you do not have to the facilities. Monfior, if you know the drift. And so my student was for reasons, give me the I can go visit my mom. That was cool. Then when it was losing my job, I just got so tired of the fear, the trauma. I capitulated. Which to this day I regret, but I know I will not deny that I buckled. But now that I've buckled, and I'm confessing it, if you want my trust, have these doctors that are freaking brilliant be able to say, to give them the information about the vaccine injuries, which may or may not have happened, release the information, release documents that have been classified, and basically what's everything that is being censored by YouTube and all the media, release, stop the censorship, and let the professionals tear into the data. And whatever information, whatever answer you get, I'll be cool with it. But it's the people that you persecuted during the pandemic. I want them to have their day in court and let them defend themselves. And if you do that, then we're back to talking.
Okay, so I took the vaccine, and it wasn't that I capitulated. I knew that obviously it wasn't safe and effective. That was ridiculous.
I love that, safe, and I'm using that forever. But go ahead. Sorry.
But with good information, and frankly, anybody who's interested in really digging into the vaccines, a couple of years ago, I did a live stream with Sam Tiedemann called Fear and Loathing in the Era of Cholera, or something like that.
Right.
Now, Sam Tiedemann has been published. He was the second author, which, I mean, that means a lot, to be the second author on the vaccines in both if I remember correctly, the New England Journal of Medicine and the Journal of the American Medical Association.
Sure.
Or maybe it was the Lancet.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Sam?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Sam Tiedemann is a very, very competent biostatistician, and during COVID, he was a biostatistician at one of the largest hospital chains in the United States, and so he had all the data at his fingertips.
Okay.
And, so he worked with the people who found out about myocarditis in young men. He knows his stuff. I trust him.
Yeah.
My brother-in-law, who I also trust, is chief medical officer of another very, very large medical group, one of the largest in the country. He's the head of the doctors for about 10 million people.
All right.
And based on the information that I got from the both of them, I thought taking a dose of the vaccine wasn't a bad idea. I took a dose. I had an earache for about 6 weeks as a result of it.
Okay.
When I went to my doctor, who confirmed that it was because of the vaccine, I said, well, should I report this to Veris, which is the vaccine thing? And he said, you can, which kind of meant, probably don't bother. I did. We destroyed a lot of the information there, unfortunately. I don't think the vaccines were nearly as bad as some people are worried that they were. But obviously, and I've said this a million times, if you were to say that 10 million people should drink a glass of water, right?
Sorry about that.
Yeah, quite right. If you were to say 10 million people should drink a glass of water, right?
Yeah.
Out of those 10 million people, one person something's going to go wrong.
Okay.
One person's going to end up getting injured by that glass of water. That's just how anything, when you do 10 million people do the same thing, one person, like, the water's going to spill, they're going to trip over it, and they're going to something's going to happen.
Yeah.
So when you tell me no chance of anything ever going wrong, like, that's you're just being silly, right? You're not being a human being.
Okay. All right.
And so, but the problem, a major problem, was that they would say absolutely silly things like it's safe and effective, and anyone with 2 brain cells would go, well, you're obviously lying to me, right? And so people don't. And so I 100%, I hear you in terms of they did something wrong. They destroyed a lot of data. They deliberately destroyed a lot of data. I kept on asking, why won't they do antibody testing? I personally, because of my experience with the vaccine, I just got antibody tested, and I saw that I have the antibodies. And anybody who tells you that antibody testing isn't as well as getting vaccinated, they just don't know much about science. I'm sorry, they just do not.
Gotcha.
But the question became, why are they so opposed to antibody testing?
Right.
But they were. And part of it was they were trying to destroy the data. And they did destroy a lot of data. They destroyed a lot of data. So how do we fix this? Once you've destroyed the data, I don't know that you can fix it in any reasonable way. But Jay Bhattacharya is being named the next director of the National Institutes of Health.
Right.
Do you know who Jay Bhattacharya is?
No, I don't. You're going to have to start with the fact that I am a dirt worker. If you start from that, we're going to be okay.
Okay. So Jay Bhattacharya, now I was one of the people who trusted Francis Collins, because I knew that he was a Christian, and I made the mistake of thinking that because he had some faith in God, he wouldn't do really horrible and stupid things.
This name again, one more time?
Because Francis Collins, because he was a Christian, I thought he would not do horrible and stupid things. Certainly not as bad as Anthony Fauci.
Okay.
Now, what happened was Jay Bhattacharya, who, from everything I hear, is also a faithful Christian, and I'm trying to keep my faith in Christians up despite all of the evidence of my eyes and ears.
Yeah, listen, you got me and Clara, okay? And she's an atheist, so you're gonna be all right. Hang in there, buddy. Hang in there, little buddy. We got you.
So Jay Bhattacharya was one of he has a PhD in economics in addition to being a medical doctor. Now, he never practiced as a medical doctor, but after he got his MD, he went and he got his PhD in economics, and he teaches at Stanford University, one of the top epidemiologists in the world.
Right.
And he, with 2 other epidemiologists, one of them was I believe at Harvard, and the other one was at either Cambridge or Oxford, one of those British schools. But 3 of the top epidemiologists in the world, they released what they called was the Great Barrington Reef Declaration.
Okay.
And the Great Barrington Reef Declaration was them saying, you guys have lost your mind. You're not following. You are not following what we as epidemiologists have known is how you deal with an epidemic. You guys need to, especially they were very against shutting down the schools and vaccinating children, both of which I think was absolutely indefensible. What was done. Now, when they came out of this, sorry, it's no reef. It's Great Barrington Declaration. Sorry. When they came out with this, there is an email from Francis Collins, who I trusted to be the Christian, who wrote an email to Fauci saying, we have to destroy these guys.
Right. Gotcha.
Which really, Collins called them fringe epidemiologists, right? This is a guy studying, who's teaching at Stanford, right?
Yeah, I am remembering this now. Okay, I'm tracking.
Right? And, and what happened was the Biden administration asked Twitter, and Twitter went ahead and shadow banned Jay Bhattacharya.
Right.
And so when this came out, Jay Bhattacharya tried to sue the government for censoring him.
Right.
And it went all the way up to the Supreme Court. And I was very disappointed when the Supreme Court said that Jay Bhattacharya does not have standing to sue, which I think was complete bullshit. And I couldn't believe that the Supreme Court said that, but they said that. And so what happened was that Jay Bhattacharya has been treated as horribly as you possibly could for standing up for sanity.
Yeah.
As a medical doctor, as a researcher, and as an economist.
Okay.
Donald Trump has nominated him to be the head of the National Institutes of Health.
I like it.
To replace Fauci, where Fauci was.
Right.
And this may be the one. I mean, I also really liked the idea of Kash Patel at the FBI.
Right.
I actually liked Tulsi Gabbard as Director of National Intelligence.
Okay.
But this one appointment is the one which I am hoping is going to restore some faith in the National Institutes of Health and in our medical establishment, at least a little bit. Yad says Fauci was at one institute. Collins was the head of NIH. Okay, well, even better. But I would like to think that a faithful Christian, and I was hoping that Collins was a faithful Christian, at the head of NIH should tell us that there's
Jacob,
some ethics involved.
I am now going to take pause with that statement, and I'm going to push back.
Well, go ahead.
Now you should know. Now, shame on you. You're getting okay. You should know. Statistically, I'm surprised you don't know this, but you're gonna be enlightened. When you have 12 Christians, 3 are gonna be your best friends. One might even take care of your mom. And if things go bad. 8 are gonna be like, he's an okay guy. And 1 is gonna shank you.
Okay, but you know what? I don't trust atheists.
Well, now wait a second. I trust Clara. And she says she's an atheist, but she likes pumpkin pie, so I don't know about that.
I mean, Clara seems like a very nice person. I like to say statistics don't apply to individuals. I don't know. I don't know Jay Bhattacharya. I know a lot of people who are friends with Jay Bhattacharya. I have to say, Francis Collins, if I remember correctly, did come on Sam Titteman's channel.
Okay.
And I trust Sam, and Sam has
Right.
did say that he trusted Collins. Now,
Okay.
this is the second time that Sam has told me I can trust someone, and I haven't been able to trust that person. So one more strike, and I am going to stop trusting my dear friend Sam's recommendations for other people.
Sam is man 3 straight. Hey, wait a second. 70 times 7. You're supposed to forgive.
That's it. That Jesus said that. I'm not a.
You're killing me here.
And there's a difference between forgiving. I love Sam. I don't hold anything against Sam. But when it comes to 3 strikes, you're out. I don't know if I can trust that you're a good source of recommendation. Yeah, Colonymous says forgive doesn't mean forget.
Oh, I wonder about that.
And Neil says the holy trinity of antitrust: don't trust a Unitarian more than 2 times.
Wow, you at 2, Neil? Really? Really? Yeah. So what were you talking about? And just because I caught you at the perfect time, because I was just getting done. I had me a little steak with a buddy who came into town.
Ooh, and steak sounds good.
Oh, it was an 8-ounce sirloin, medium, baked potato with a salad. We did we're doing all right. So yeah. So, and then when I saw you on, I'm like, okay, I really did want to get your take on the drones, and I've been around enough. You'll like this. Back in 1979, there were hostages taken in Iran.
I know. I was there.
What?
I was in Iran at the time. I was born in Iran in 1977.
Oh my goodness! I did not know that.
Yeah.
Did you know that Ayatollah? He must have been a swell guy. Well, actually, wait. Was it that? I'm sorry. Is that when the revolution happened, when they overthrew the Shah?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
One of my buddies hit. Okay. All right.
When the Ayatollah died, my sister and I started celebrating, and my dad said to us, "Why are you celebrating? He did us a favor. If it wasn't for the Ayatollah, we would still be in Iran, and you guys wouldn't have all of the advantages you do now." Which, in a sense, I mean that's my dad's way of looking at things, which I think is a good way of looking at things. But yeah.
Wow. So when the Ayatollah took over and they had the hostages,
yes,
one of my friends, family friend, insanely smart, and I worked for the State Department, and my dad, being who he was, at the end of dinner and just looked at this family, extended family, goes, "So what's going on?" And obviously everyone knew what he was talking about. And family friend he was quiet, not aloof. And I was just a little kid, and he looked at my dad and he grinned and he goes, because the world looked like it was going to go to war. It looked bad. And he looked at my dad, he goes, "Don't worry about it." And at that moment, I felt like I was a little kid at the table of a mafia meeting. You know what I mean? Where they're just like, this is not a problem.
Yeah.
And I realized there's a difference. And there are 2 opposite narratives happening at any given time. Look at TV and know what you're seeing is probably the opposite of what's actually going on. So with everyone being confused and blah about the drones, somewhere there's a cubicle with some kid who graduated from MIT knows exactly what's going on, and is probably telling somebody at the dinner table, like, don't worry about it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't trust MIT as much as I used to.
Well, and I know it's all going to hell. It's so bad.
I mean, this is the problem. Generally, we should be able to think, hey, there's somebody in the Pentagon we trust who's
right. Yeah.
who's dealing with this.
Right.
Um,
Well, no, I think that ship sailed back in '68.
yeah,
I think and I'm not trying to be blackpilling it, but basically, man, and I hope I'm not, and I will be corrected if I'm wrong. People in power just are interested in power or money, the ones high up. And I hope I'm not being too
generally, yeah, I would say that's generally true. Yeah, and it's impossible for us to know who's not.
okay. Then I will speak as a Christian. My job is to not lose my blank, not freak out, and pray. Because either prayer is a waste of time or it's effective. It's one or the other. I've been praying and I've been dialing it down because
prayer is definitely not a waste of time. I do have to say I get a little frustrated with Christians who are a little too Jesus take the wheel. Like
right.
that's a little bit like it's a bit much for me as much as Christians do that. Like yeah.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I am okay, this is interesting because I am Mr. Charismatic. Miracle signs and wonders, healings. I've been healed a lot. I mean, I was a burnout and I was gonna die. So here we are 24 years later. Don't miss anything. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I ain't a dim bulb either. And that's only because I've been healed. With prayer, and I'll share this with you for what it's worth. There was a time between Pakistan and India. This is after 2000. There was something really weird going on. And I remember one day I just did a throwaway prayer. I'm like, Lord, I pray for India and Pakistan. And like that in my heart, something caught. It was like hooking into a whale. And I'm like, okay, something not cool is going on. So I earnestly prayed, Lord, don't let them do anything stupid. Come to find out years later, they were on the edge of stupid. At least a few
they've
of them.
been on the edge of stupid for many years now. Ever since both of them got the atom bomb. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. They've been on. This is one of the reasons. Like my top 5 of worst people of the 20th century, Gandhi's right up there.
I love me some good Gandhi hate. Listen, you're first. Are we going to be kicking Sister Mary Teresa later on, or is this just Gandhi?
No. Mary, Mother Teresa. Like, look, I didn't necessarily agree with her on everything, but I actually know one person who's somebody I really, really like, who as a child, he told me as a child, he went to one of her hospitals and was healed.
Well, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Orthodox Jew, by the way.
That's funnier. I like that.
And he told me one of the things with him around his house was like, yeah, Mother Teresa, nobody talks bad about her because he said she saved his life.
That's cool. Well,
and he's somebody I really, really respect a lot. But Gandhi, not only was he a child molester, and he was a child molester.
Oops.
if you read his letters, that man condemns with his own mouth, condemns himself. After you read, if you read his collected letters, which it's not very long, if you
Right.
can still like have respect for that man, I don't know what kind of person you are. But
I've never. Yeah, sorry.
when you see the effects that his bad policies, he had terrible ideas.
Yeah.
And so I had now I'm forgetting his name, the Sikh guy from Sacramento. Why am I forgetting his Rajdeep? I had a discussion with Raj about
Oh, yes.
Gandhi.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
on my channel. And frankly, I mean, if you're interested in knowing more about what Gandhi did to India and how much he is hated, there's a reason why it was a Hindu who assassinated Gandhi. He was hated by a lot of people for very good reason during his life. And over the past 50, 60 years, what we have seen is that Gandhi has, like, his bad ideas have done horrible things to billions of people. India is in the bad situation that it is, and one of the most likely places for nuclear war to come out is between Pakistan and India. And I blame him directly for his bad policies, which led to partition.
Okay.
So, in many ways, I mean, he's right up there with Hitler, Mao, Pol Pot, and Stalin in the top 5 of people who went from the third world.
Yeah.
Studied in the West. He studied in London. He became a lawyer.
Right.
Then he went to South Africa, where he helped institutionalize racism and apartheid even worse than it was. People don't like to talk about his policies when he was in South Africa. And then he went to India, where it's not at all clear that he helped he helped independence happen any more quickly in India than it did anywhere else. I mean, that was right around the time that every place was being decolonized.
Right.
And he instituted a bunch of policies which have crippled India and a billion people for decades.
Right.
And so I am not a Gandhi fan at all.
Well, listen, I just know the guy wears a diaper and maybe brought peace to India. I'm just a dirt worker, and I'm copping out. I know, I'm just copping out. But all kidding aside, okay. I saw someone say I'm base. Marquez said I'm base. That's a new term, isn't it?
Oh, based. It's what the young kids say. It means that you are fearless. That's what based means.
No, actually, no. I feel fear. I felt terror. What I'm tired of is giving into it. I'm so tired of it. Courage. I think being courageous is not being fearless. It's feeling fear and just going, screw it. Because if I give into this, I know how miserable I'm going to be, even though I'm safe. And I'd rather just deal with whatever I got to deal with now. And even if it's painful, at least I'll eventually I'll get through it and deal with it now so I can enjoy my steak later. Even if I'm, who is it? Shakespeare that said a coward dies 1,000 deaths?
Yeah. But a brave man dies only one. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, at that point, I'm like, screw it.
Yeah.
I hate I've experienced it. So anyhow, so Mark S, I think, but so now that the world seems to be going crazy again, and I don't know if it's decompressing, my question is, as a Christian and you as
a Jew,
Well, I'm Jewish too, or at least
Yes.
I say I'm one. I don't know if you say I'm one, but I hope
I say you're
you know,
one. I'm not sure all the Christians say you're one.
yeah, but you know what's funny is I'm Jewish enough for Hitler and Hamas. What a jip. I'm getting ripped. You know, Hitler says I'm Jewish. He would bake with Jews, or Hamas is like, well, I would shoot him. But anyhow, sorry. I'm doing my shtick. I
We,
apologize for
we don't Orthodox Judaism does not recognize conversion to other to other religions.
Right.
But if you were to, for example, try to get an Israeli passport, they wouldn't give it to you. Yeah.
Correct. I do know that. Someday I don't know if I'd like to go visit. Anyhow, but before I sidetrack total
You
squirrel
should
too much.
definitely go visit. Chazi would love to see you.
Hey, my uncle Max in
Mhm.
1968,
Uh-huh.
he went to Israel. Him and and they started an orphanage.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I would like to find that. They
Mhm.
were, I wonder who my hero is, and I don't know if he's a good guy. Moshe Dayan.
Really?
I Yeah, I liked him. And the reason being is it was after the 6-Day War,
Mhm.
and there's a picture of him with his patch, and there are two Arab men in their garb,
Okay.
the
Yeah.
and the picture it was like the war was like it was just over a few days ago, and he goes into a coffee shop with
Hmm.
these guys, and they're like, "What the hell are you doing?" He goes, "You got to start peace sometime." You know, I'm like,
I had
that's the
not
kind of
heard.
what's that?
I had not heard that.
I don't know if it's true, but that's the story. If it's not true, it affected me positively. It's uh what is like a mythology.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
so so in that same spirit, like, okay, I see America, and I'm asking you, it seems like it's coming apart at the seams. And if it's not as bad as it really is, I'm cool with being wrong. But how do you get everybody off the ledge and appease them in some legitimate way? I don't know if there's manipulation going on that doesn't want peace. And there seems to be, within reason, like the World Health Organization was making a play for power. Pfizer and Moderna seems to have gotten away with murder.
Mm.
And as much as, and it is a genuine crime against humanity. And this, I am not for assassinating anybody who's in power, but I'm like, something bad just happened, and if there's no reckoning, it will happen again.
So, okay, I will say I don't believe. So I like to take a long-term view, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And I don't believe that we have any more corruption or malfeasance going on right now than we had back in the 60s and 70s.
Okay. I'll give yes. My answer is yes. Okay, I agree.
I don't think things are worse than they were in the 60s and 70s.
Okay.
I
Interesting.
I think that because of the internet and
Yeah.
because of all the recordings and all the information, we
Right.
have a lot more information about the corruption and evil that exists than we did before.
Yes. I concur.
And because things are visible, we
Yeah.
need we need to adjust and make sure that people can trust each other, because this is a level of visible corruption, right?
Right.
So this is what I'll compare it to. Imagine you go into your kitchen and you turn the lights on, and a bunch of cockroaches start scattering.
Right.
Well, there's cockroaches and it's bad, and you got to do something because you don't want to eat out of that kitchen. But what happens when you turn the lights on and the cockroaches don't scatter?
Okay.
Right? And that's what it feels like, right? It feels like we turn the lights on and there's this cockroach just sitting there being like, what are you going to do about it?
Well, then that means something has changed in the nature of the cockroach, or it's not a cockroach. That means there's something else in play.
My view
Yeah.
is that what's going on is the cockroaches have nowhere to go.
Okay. So what happens then? Okay, then help me. And I like what you're saying, but I need to bring this into, in this world, what does that mean as we're seeing it? Because I do agree with you, but I want to understand, because if it's cornered, if
Yeah.
people are cornered,
Yeah.
they'll kill.
Right. That's actually what worries me. But I'll tell you, the last time we had something similar was when we had the invention of the printing press. And that's when the Protestant Reformation happened.
Right. Okay.
Because suddenly somebody like Martin Luther starts writing these screeds and pointing out shit that nobody, and it can spread all over the place, and people can be like, hey, I'm not okay with this. We need to make some changes.
So go back to the cockroaches.
Yeah.
And what I mean is, all right, this is the problem. Let's say we figure it out, but we're still on the wrong side of the gun. And the only problem with, and I wouldn't mind figuring it out, but there's no place to go. America's the best place to go. The only place that you can hide maybe a little bit better is in the South. If you want.
So I don't think so. This is the thing, and RJ says let's not compare people to cockroaches. Look, I don't think. The fact is, the people who we saw in this past election, that the people who thought they have control, they don't have as much control as they wanted to. They really don't, right?
Okay.
And I think what's going to happen, and I'm hopeful. I mean, if it doesn't happen, that's not the hugest deal. But I'm hopeful that what's going to happen is we are going to have actual changes made with this coming administration.
Okay.
I really like the fact that the Democrats are not pulling the same bullshit they did in 2016 with the protests and resist and things like that. I think they've started to recognize, hey, something needs to change here. And I think it's possible we're going to have good changes. But you know what? Ultimately, as people of faith, right, we have to have faith.
I like that. I think that's actually the correct answer. Is anytime I catch myself getting too deep or blackpilling it, I'm like, really? Did I not get healed? Like, and when I talk about healed, I mean I had some real healings, and I'm like, is not the God who healed me in charge of all this other junk? And so how dare I flip out, melt down, and freak out?
Right. Yeah.
But you know what the problem is? It's just so much fun. It's just the fun. Like, dude, I was around when Nixon got busted. Dude, you talk about drama. You know what I miss? I went to Kent State University, and there was a dorm that was shut down for like decades. And me and my buddies were, one night we just broke in, went through, it was no, and I saw a toilet with a picture of Nixon pasted to the back. It was like, dude, I wanted to steal the toilet. It was like a time capsule. It was, it was beautiful.
Yeah, so Marty Hurst says, you think the Dems and Uniparty won't obstruct? Oh, I think they'll obstruct. But they're a lot more disorganized than they used to be. And I think a lot of people realize once Silicon Valley, like they've lost Jeff Bezos, they've lost Mark Zuckerberg, they've lost Elon Musk, they've lost Joe Rogan. There's a lot of people who've moved
That's interesting. So, okay, I never really, up until you just said that, it didn't click with me. So, that's interesting. So you're seeing now, is Google the evil empire?
I don't think it's the evil empire. And from what I'm hearing, I mean, Sam works at Google. I have several friends who work at Google.
Okay.
From what I'm hearing, Google's actually, as I said that, my phone turns on because it heard Google.
Right. I'm sorry, I can't do that.
But first of all, they are toning down the woke stupidity at least a little bit, which is good. Second, Google isn't as powerful as it used to be. Hello, Rabbi Mullet. And third, we've got to stop. We've got to stop demoralizing ourselves. So when the spies go into the land of Israel, and they come back and they say, we were as grasshoppers in their eyes, and so we were in our own eyes. Right?
Gotcha.
There's a level of lack of faith that's just too much.
Is it the education system of the United States?
Really good things happen recently.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Yeah, what are those good things?
Well, I think that the election was really good. I think simply the fact that Elon Musk now owns Twitter, and there's a lot more people speaking out. Rabbi Mullet is we were grasshoppers in our eyes, and so we were in their eyes. Sorry.
Yeah.
I had it the wrong way around. And look, ultimately, while obviously, I mean, I remember the day of October 7th. It was Simchat Torah. It's a Jewish holiday, very important Jewish holiday, and one of my favorite Jewish holidays. And so I remember October 7th, Simchat Torah, like that was it was horrible. I mean, but at the time, I had to say to myself, Gamzu Latova, this too is for the good. And Kol Rahmana Avid Latav Avid, as Rabbi Akiva famously said, everything that the merciful has makes, he does for the good, right? And that ultimately all things happen for a reason. And when we look back, I mean, Bashar Assad leaving is Gamze Ya'avor. This will also pass. Yeah. But look, Hamas has been beaten down like never before. Hezbollah has been beaten down like never before. Assad has is out, and this guy Giuliani, right? He look, I will trust a religious Muslim over an atheist every day of the week and twice on Sunday.
I'm listening. That's interesting.
Because look, an atheist will do just about anything, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And so yeah, I mean, we'll see if it, but ultimately,
I'm sorry, please. I apologize.
Go ahead.
I'm not opposed to what you're saying. It's interesting because I have a friend. She's a missionary, and she went to Lebanon, and she was just a Midwestern farm girl, pretty bold. She went there and she lived there for a short time, and the Muslim guys there treated her so well, and she's like, it ain't what you think. They love their wives. They love their children. You know what I mean? They're just, if given a chance to be left alone and raise their family in peace, I think most of them are those guys.
So I've shown this article many times, right? This is from 2018, sorry. And this imam, right? So what happened was that in Nigeria, and there is a continuing genocide, and that's the only word for it, genocide of Christians happening in Nigeria and in Africa in general and the Middle East.
Yeah.
And what happened was that a bunch of Muslim gunmen went into a Christian community in Nigeria, and they started murdering people. And it says somewhere here how many people were actually killed, but some 262 of them ran away. 83 people were murdered. 263 is that the number? 262 men, women, and children ran over to this Muslim village, and the imam, he hid the women and children in his own home, and he took the men over to the mosque. And when the gunmen came, he came out and he met them, and he said to them, "You will not kill these people. You're going to have to kill me first."
Right.
And the Muslim gunmen left. He saved these people.
Yeah.
Right. And this man is a much better man than I'll ever be. I don't know if I would ever have, if I were in a similar position, I would have the type of guts that he had. Right.
You're not dead yet. We'll find out.
Hopefully I won't find out.
Well,
but look, serious man, and he saved hundreds of people. And I will tell you what we see on the internet of Muslims, vast majority, and there's a few Muslims on my Discord server who one of them actually lives in a Muslim country, right? And like, they have to be very, very careful what they say on the internet, right? And the people you hear talking on the internet are not they're not the faithful Muslims. They're not the people who are living in these countries, most of whom so we hear about Islamic denominations and what's called mazhab or aqida in Arabic. which is kind of like what we mean when we talk about denominations. Vast majority of Muslims are non-denominational. They don't have a mazhab or a aqida. They usually don't know. Most Muslims, the Arabic they know is not the Arabic of the Quran.
Right.
They tend to be simple people who,
Right.
if they're religious, they fast on Ramadan, they pray 5 times a day, which
They're Methodist.
I would rather put my life in the hands of someone who prays 5 times a day than
Right.
any atheist. I don't care who it is.
You're not going to get much of a fight from me on that one. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, and and talking with you, because I talk with you and Mark Parker,
Mhm.
and Mark, two ends of the teeter-totter, and so I guess the question is, I got family members who just lost their ever-loving minds after
Mhm.
this. Like, it went black pill. It went straight black pill, and it hasn't yet recovered. So the question is, how should I pray? What should I hope for the next 4 years? Because they have an existential crisis going on in their lives. That's why they freaked out on me, because I became the embodiment of all things right, which was wrong.
You
And
mean all things right wing, or all things right as in correct?
right wing. I was goofing. I became all things right.
I see. I see. Okay, so what I will say is, when we pray, I think it's incredibly important to always pray for the most general of things we can, right? Like, it's Hebrew prayers. A lot of them start Yehi Ratzon. Should be your will, right? But ultimately, we want we want to conform ourselves to God's will, right?
Yep. Okay.
And recognize that He knows best, and um and have faith, and so, a lot of Christians will say, I'm praying for you to know Jesus, and my
Yeah.
answer to them is usually, look, please pray for me to know God. If that's Jesus, I want to know God.
I like
But
that. I respect that.
if you're praying, no,
Mhm.
I have to be that I have it has to be my God, right? You have to know God the way I know God. You're
My
look, you're making I think you're making a big mistake, and it would be a big mistake for me to similarly, right? So, as far as your family members, um
mhm.
it um um my what I would say is a few things. First, yeah, you have to have compassion for people even when they're wrong.
Oh yeah, I gotcha.
But compassion for people, even when they're wrong, doesn't mean that you compassion for people when they're wrong doesn't mean that you pretend that they're right. It really
Yeah.
doesn't, right? And ultimately, like, there's I really like the serenity prayer. I really, really like the serenity
Okay.
prayer. I think it's a great prayer, right? God, give me the strength to change the things that I can, the serenity to
Right.
accept the things that I cannot, and the wisdom
Right.
to
Right.
know the difference. And
Right.
all three of those things are really important. right? Um,
Mhm.
So should we allow this new friend of ours on? Do you think that he's going to
You
porn bomb
better,
us?
you better see his face before you see something else.
So Saad, if you could please turn on your camera.
Yeah,
Uh,
because hey, after hours.
yeah, we've gotten porn bombed more than once. What can I say?
Dude,
Um,
and I just listen, I'm covering my eyes. If it's on you, dude, I ain't looking. I don't want acid wash in my eyeballs. Dude, I was a
yeah.
hippie. I got enough up in my head.
Um,
Yon dog. Yeah, I keep calling him Yon dog. I can't say your name right. You ought to get on here.
okay, I'm gonna give it a try. Worst comes to worst, I'll just
Hey,
have to
all
blur it out later.
right, I ain't looking. All right, I ain't looking.
Hello, Saad. We can't hear you, although it seems like you're trying to say something. No, not really.
Okay, I wish it was. Wait, who else is? Wait, Yon dog. I'm just gonna keep calling Yon dog. I'm sorry. I
Just
don't know
call
if
him up.
Yon. What's up, Yon? Hop on, dude. Who else? And then Joy was out there, but and actually, I don't know. I'm looking for peace in a land. I like. Oh, and here's the question: what happens to Israel? Because I think as Israel goes, so goes the world. And this is a joke, but I also mean I think the Dome of the Rock is the big red shiny button that just it seems it's the icon of icons. It's just love it or hate it. That's anyhow. That's my opinion. I just
It,
didn't know.
it's funny. So on my Discord we had a holiday gift exchange,
Mhm.
and um, for a friend, so the person I decided to get a picture of the Western Wall, and I
Yeah.
had to take off. I had to take off. I had to go looking for one that didn't have the
So,
Dome of the Rock on it. I did
yeah.
find one. Actually, I could pull it up to see what people
Oh,
think
by
of.
the way, your chats are going to start going into the OnlyFans mode here pretty soon.
Apparently, which is why I took him off. Like
Well,
I thought if he wanted to talk or something,
well,
but
your
I'm
chats.
not interested. I'm not
Yeah.
interested. Like if I wanted to see pictures of stuff, so this is what I ended up getting.
Hold on a second. Let me see. I got to blow it up. Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, so that's what I ended up getting for him.
All right.
Yeah, I thought it
Okay.
was nice.
Right. Not bad. Not bad. I can't see too well, but not bad looking from what I can see. Let me see if I can blow it up. Oh, yeah. You know what? That's a good representation.
Yeah,
Have
I
you been
like.
to? Yeah, that's cool. I like that. Have you been to the Wailing Wall?
Yeah, so I spent a year in yeshiva in Jerusalem, and
Eh?
I'll tell you, the first time I went, I was um, I was really surprised at how small it was. It was kind of disappointing because as growing up Jewish, I had seen
Right.
pictures all my life, right?
Right.
So it's very typical to have a picture of the Wailing Wall somewhere in your
Right.
house,
Right.
especially in my family.
Right.
And I went, and so the first time I went, it was kind of disappointing. But
Right.
what my yeshiva wasn't that far away from the wall. So
Okay.
sometimes in the evenings, especially if I had had a hard day, um, I would walk to the hey, Saad. How are you? Um, especially if I was having a bad day, I would walk to the wall,
Mhm.
and what would happen is so there's a optional prayer service called Tikkun Chatzot, which is religious people will get up in the middle of the night and they will sit on the ground and they will honestly, I'm just not interested in this, Saad. Like, not interested. Um, that they will sit on the ground and they will mourn the destruction of the temple. And
Mhm.
so people would come and they would sit on the ground, and a lot of times they would seclude themselves because it's not you do this alone, right? And they would sit there actually mourning for the temple, and you could hear them like crying.
Mhm.
And uh, you know how sometimes you listen to the blues and it makes you feel better?
Yeah.
That was the type of feeling I would have sitting there
Oh,
listening to people cry over the destruction of the temple at the Western Wall. So I
okay.
remember those nights the best.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah,
That's cool. I like that's a new one. I've never. That's cool. I've
yeah,
never heard that before,
yeah.
and and I understand what you mean. Like that's interesting to hear them wail because the blues at its best, it just manifests. It is. I heard. I think BB King say it's a seltzer for the soul. It cures what ails you. But but when you can hear something manifested, that's interesting because I've never heard someone cry and make me feel better. But I understand what you're saying. So somehow, because it's not on my grid. Like I don't have a grid for that, but that's kind of cool.
So that's part of the Jewish liturgical calendar, right? So we
Hmm.
have certain designated times of mourning, right?
Okay.
Most specifically the ninth of Av, right? Which is like the day when you are supposed to be sad. That's
The
the
day of
holiday.
Yom Kippur.
No, no, no. The ninth of Av.
Why am I?
It, so it's not a well, we say it's not a biblical holiday because it's not in the five books of Moses, but it is referred to in Zechariah.
Which
Um,
book? What
in
is it?
Zechariah, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
In
Thank you.
Zechariah, it talks about four fasts. It says the fasts of the um, third, the fifth, the seventh, and the 10th will be days of joy for Judah, if I remember correctly. And the fast of the third is the third month is Tammuz, and then the fifth month is Av. Am I saying that? No, it's the fourth, the fifth. Yeah, Tammuz is the fourth month. Look, I should actually look up here the fasts. The fourth month. Uh, Zechariah 8:19. Let's read it in Hebrew. Ko Amar Hashem. Thus saith the Lord. Ko Amar Hashem Tzvakot, Tzom HaRevi'i v'Tzom HaChamishi v'Tzom HaShvi'i v'Tzom HaAsiri Yihyeh LeBeit Yehuda l'Sason u'L'Simcha l'Me'odim Tovim v'Ha'emet v'Hashalom Ehavu. Uh, thus says the Lord of hosts, the fast of the fourth month, that's Tammuz, and the fast of the fifth month, that's Av, and the fast of the seventh month, that's Tzom Gedalia, which is on the third day. It's a week before Yom Kippur, but everybody forgets
Oh,
about it.
right.
The Tzom HaAsiri, which is the 10th month, which is Asara B'Tevet, which is actually coming up in about 4 weeks. Yihye shall be for the house of Judah as joy and gladness, and well, they translate it as feasts, but it means gatherings.
Right.
Great, cheerful, or therefore truth and peace, love. This is a command. You should love. Anyway, so the Tisha B'Av is the only full day fast other than Yom Kippur on the Jewish calendar.
Okay.
And it is supposed to be a day of it is a day of mourning.
Okay.
And like having days that are actually holidays of mourning, of sadness, I think it's important. I think it's we forget the necessity. God gave us our negative emotions for a real reason.
Okay. I am tracking with you. Help me get my brain into the big picture of. I squirreled out on you, Jacob. What kicked all this game off?
We were talking about listening to people mourn the destruction of the temple and making it feel better. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'll share something with you. I think you'll understand this. When I'm growing up, Reform, Judaism, temple, high holidays, and it was a good time. It wasn't bad, but it was, I couldn't, I went to Hebrew school for like 100 years and I know the word shalom. That's what I got out of it. But when it came to Yom Kippur, even as a kid, it's the one day I took seriously. That and Hanukkah. And I'm not saying they were, and like Passover was significant. I understood it. But there was a weightiness to Yom Kippur. There was something that I knew was serious. I guess that's the best I can say it. And it wasn't a negative emotion. It was a reflective. How am I trying to say? I think you took account of yourself. And it wasn't condemnation, it was conviction. What do you need to ask for forgiveness for? Who do you need to forgive? And anyhow, and then this kind of ties in with when you were, talking about the people mourning and the negative emotions. I don't think God, gave us negative emotions. I think that's from the fall, but I think there are emotions that have weight to them. Okay. So anyhow, because I think when you experience true beauty and love, you have to have the capacity to not experience true beauty and love, and that sucks. Those would be the negative emotions. What do you think? This isn't set in stone. I'm just kind of musing, throwing it out there.
I've said this several times. I think a lot of times Christians turn love into an idol. They talk about God is love, which God is love, but that doesn't mean love is God.
You're right. I will, and if you allow, and thank you for being gracious, by the way, and letting me interrupt. I hope I'm not interrupting too much, but culturally, I think we understand. Like, 2 views, 3 opinions,
Yeah.
And another thing, but for me, the love I speak about is very experiential.
Hmm.
It's from an outside source, and it's like no other. I don't elicit it. I
Hmm.
can't get, I can push it away, but I don't want to. So if, dude, I experience them in a way I don't know how many others do, and I think a lot of others do,
Hmm.
but that's the only reason I interrupted you. And thank you for letting me do that. But because you said they make love an idol,
Hmm.
this love isn't an idol. It's, it is a living experience and presence that I encounter. That is, and go ahead. I hear you
I,
want to
I
say.
I mean, I hear you. Rabbi Mullet says, I don't like this God is loving stuff. God is love stuff. God is loving, but not love. I think you'd agree. I think, I mean, Ron is making sort of that thing. There's a relationship with God, which you can call love or loving, and
Yeah,
a real experience
yeah,
of godliness, right?
o- yeah.
I think they call it the experience of the numinous, right?
Okay, okay.
Uh, so ultimately,
Hmm.
um, so there's a concept in Hebrew called bitul, which means nullification, right? And we talk about love and awe or fear of God, right? And these are the two commandments. There's a commandment to love God, and there's a commandment to be in awe of God,
Okay,
right?
okay.
And I think I think it's important to sometimes recognize the awesomeness of God, to recognize uh, that even a fear of God, right? We
Yes.
refer to God as Pachad Yitzchak, as the terror of
Right.
Isaac,
Okay.
right? And I I just I think that a lot of times, at least some Christians, put
Hmm.
so much of an emphasis on positive feeling of
Uh,
God
okay, okay. No, I got
that
you.
you know it,
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
Christians usually talk about conviction,
Yeah.
right? Feeling
Right.
convicted, feeling
Right.
right, and I think there has to be that both of them are commandments in the Bible. It says, right? It says, fear God and to love God.
Okay.
Rabbi Mullet says, I feel it important to issue this warning. Beware people who teach that God is love. I don't want to be more explicit in this warning, but Hamevin Yavin, that he who understands will understand. Um, I completely agree. I think an overemphasis on love is
Uh-huh.
what you end up sometimes you at least for some people, I think it becomes an excuse.
Okay, and yes, no, here's the thing, because I'm like, this is the first time I've really been able to talk with you. We've talked a touch here and there. I do agree with you, and I think I understand. Um, and I'll say it this way, and I won't clean it up. I have pissed off God, and he has been pissed at me. With, I mean, and I don't like saying it that way, but that's the best I can do short term. Like, he gets ticked. I have ticked him off, and it has caused me plenty of hurt. Now, it was my bad, not his. So does that make sense? What I'm saying to
Yeah.
agree with you?
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, I've been going over Job on Wednesdays,
Yeah.
and it's funny that Job has become such a focal point around here, especially
Mhm.
because of Jess. You know Jess, right?
Probably.
Jess Purvance. He's on Grail Country a lot. He comes on
Okay.
my
Oh,
thing too, yeah.
okay. Okay. Okay.
But he loves the Book of Job like you wouldn't believe. He starts crying whenever somebody mentions the Book of Job.
Uh-huh.
And um like that is definitely his favorite book of the Bible. He's constantly talking about it. He's got like so many hours of videos on Job on his channel.
Right.
And partially because of that, a lot of us have focused on Job. I think, but I don't think it's just because of Jess. I think right now we live in a time when too many people are focusing on God's lovingness and God's our relationship with God. And especially among Protestants,
Mm-hmm.
I think they really need to recognize that, like, so Christians get very mad when I quote the verse from Isaiah where God says, I create evil.
That's an interesting. All right. Instead of me interrupting, I'll just say that's interesting.
No, I mean it's and almost all of the translations, the
Mm-hmm.
Christian translations translate it differently. They say I create calamity, even though the Hebrew word is the same evil as in Genesis, where it says the tree of the fruit of
No.
good and evil.
Right. I
So
think.
yeah,
Oh, go ahead. No,
go
no,
ahead.
go. No. Well, I give me 1 second.
I am giving
What?
you 2 seconds.
What? Are you clipping your toenails of the cat?
I am clipping my cat's claw nails. Yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, sorry. Yeah. That's you got to know how to know what you're doing. I'm surprised your cat's not clawing your eyes out when you're doing that. They
Well,
usually don't.
it's because I have taught her ever since she was young that she needs
Yeah.
to allow me to do this, and I do it very regularly.
Right.
So if if you do a little bit all of the time,
Ah. Okay.
then you don't risk actually cutting them into the quick,
Right.
because they'll start bleeding if you do that.
Oh, yeah, that's bad news. No, I've
And
been.
yeah,
Yeah.
so the best thing to do is to do it regularly, as in all of the time,
Oh,
um, and just do a little bit each time, and
right.
that way you can keep it clipped, and you can teach your cat. Some cats really hate it, but you can teach your cat to actually be willing to stand it because they're used to it happening so much.
Does that help them out a lot?
Yeah, and it helps you as well because then you don't your cat doesn't scratch as much,
Right.
etc. So it's good for you and it's good for them.
Wow. I tell you what, that's because I've been around a lot of cats, and at this point, I'm like, I'm seeing a miracle right now.
Yeah, I cut her claws a lot on stream.
Right. Well, okay. So getting back to evil, and God creating evil. I mean, I can ping pong this, but what's the use? You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to go down that road. But I was looking at the comments where the rabbi, I don't know his name, was talking
Rabbi
about.
Mullet?
I got to
Yeah,
learn his name.
his name is Rabbi Mullet.
Oh, Mullet. Okay, hi.
Yeah.
There are people who justify deviant acts in the name of love and claim it is holy, run away. I totally agree with him. Okay, I've met God. If I didn't, I would be dead by now or a permanent burnout. And when I met him, it was, and I'm going to use a word and I have to explain it. It was terrifying. It was not pleasant.
Mhm.
It was amazing and it was good, but it was everything except pleasant.
Mm.
It was, and the best I can use was horrifying, but not in a slasher, normal human being kind of way.
Yeah.
It was really getting a good definition of who I was and who he was and who I wasn't, and still who he was.
Mhm.
And then came the love. It was terror first, holiness first, like he's holy and I ain't, period. And it was like meeting an element that you'd never seen, or it was just so different. But the last thing that happened was an intoxicating love that stayed with me, that changed me. So I do agree with what Rabbi's saying about the abuse of love and everyone. Oh, dude, I am not the most articulate person, but I've had an experience. Whereas I think some very articulate people haven't had an experience yet. And that's where the disconnect happens because they can talk about it, but they can't be about it.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if that sounds. I don't know if that's. And if
No,
I,
I really do like the fact where, I mean, you're talking. It's not just God thinks you're good enough as you are, right? And
no, I ain't that at all. It's far
I
from.
I I think that's a much more true look, right?
Mm, okay.
And because it's so this is something that Jordan Peterson says about ideology. He says if you have one answer and that's the answer to everything, then you don't have an actual answer, right?
Okay.
And I think that's what people sometimes try to get God to fit into a box where, like, what does God want? God wants, I know what God wants. God wants everything to be good and everything, like, and it's like, are you looking around the world and do you see God as being the ruler of this world? If you think that God is just kittens and rainbows and candy, like, that's not what the world is like.
Right.
It's not.
Right.
It's not just kittens and rainbows and candy, right?
Yeah.
And so, yeah. Okay. Give me 1 minute. You can say whatever you want, but I need to do something really quick. I'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am hijacking Jacob Federecci's channel. Jacob has just said the Jesus prayer. He has repented of his ways. He is also, what else? What kind of trash can I throw at Jacob while he's not looking and I have control of his channel? Wait, I should look in the hive mind. What other kind of trash can I throw at him? Let's Don, Big D, I do admit this whole thing would be a lot easier to figure out with a direct experience. Yes, the curious thing is for me, it was faith first with absolutely no experience, and it sucked and it was a drag, but I wouldn't quit. And then best I can explain is God met me where I was at, and then and that's where the experience came in. I guess it would be a living faith now. I it is experience. It is interesting, and I've actually had friends recently who have met God. They weren't even asking for him to show up, and he did, and then he changed him. So what else we have? What kind of questions or comments? I cut my chin with a couple times. Oh, talking about cutting.
Yeah, cutting the nails. So I jokingly like to say, but well, it's not really a joke. If I were to convert to Christianity, I think
Yeah.
my channel would gain so many followers so fast.
Oh, it would be. Oh,
I
dude,
could
you
make
would be.
so much money.
Dude, listen, you can LARP it. Stop calling. Yeah, I listen. I'm just, and we can give 10% to charity, even though it's a lie. You know, it'll be okay. I got
That would
this right,
fix it
Jacob.
all.
Work with me, Bubby. We can do something here. We can build a kingdom. I got this figured out. The lock is in. Oh,
Who
that's
is?
good.
Hey,
I
Kirk.
just saw somebody named Sod in the chat. I have no clue.
Yeah, that's this male feet guy. He's, I think,
Trolling.
no, I don't think he's trolling because he's spending a lot of time. I think he's got issues, and I don't know how much we can deal with it. Um, he's look. It's hard. Saad, I think I am going to ask you to please calm down. Maybe come back a different time, because right now it seems like you might not be in the best of places, and I don't want to be mean, but you're also kind of not doing things as I wish you would.
We're
Um,
not Christians, but Christians are right about some cultural standards.
that too, yeah. John says that would be funny if Jacob did that as a joke and then he actually became convinced of it. Well, that would
Oh,
be my whole thing. Like, I would be like, if I were going to do that, I would totally be like, okay, so I decided as a joke to pray to Jesus and get
right,
baptized.
right,
And then I started speaking in tongues, da 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 da, da, right?
right.
You actually are, under some definitions of Christianity, a Christian, because Christian means you're awaiting the Messiah. So
I mean that I that for sure. Yeah, yeah.
You know, I think that actually happened to a doctor once. He was an atheist doctor, and someone I dipped out. I'm sorry, I kicked myself out of the screen for a second, and I don't know if I missed something, but basically a doctor was helping a patient who was dying, and they said,
Mm.
"Oh, lead me to God." And so the doctor said the prayer, so like, repeat after me. And then at the end of he was doing CPR on someone. Basically, it was a double header. You know, he led that one guy to faith, but then as he was kind of LARPing it, just doing it, he's like, it kicked in for him. So I've heard of dumb things like that happening. And actually, when I was a hippie at Kent State, I was a Buddhist. And when I had a hangover one day, and I was listening to some Christian music, and I really liked it. And I just went, Jesus, and I meant it. I was kind of doing a theological Russian roulette. I'm like, come into my heart, be my Lord and Savior. And I'm like, I pulled the trigger on that. I wonder if that's what caused all these problems and why I wound up here. Because like,
So
I don't,
I'll say one thing.
Mhm.
Um, while we certainly believe, I think the quote of the from the Talmud is, um, "Open for me an opening the size of a needle prick, and I will open for you widely." Right,
Okay.
and we certainly believe Karov Hashem l'chol korav l'chol asher yikrahu be'emet. That's from Psalm 145. God is close to all who call upon Him in truth.
Right. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, there's this idea of a salvation binary that I think a lot of people have, which is either you're going to heaven or you're going to hell. Either God loves you or God hates you.
Okay.
And so one of the 13 principles of Jewish faith is this idea that God is infinitely just and infinitely merciful. And each person receives exactly what that person deserves. So if you turn towards God a little, I do believe that God will, in fact, because He is infinitely more gracious than anything we can understand, He will turn towards you far more than you deserve.
Right.
At the same time, I think if you I think it's commensurate, and living a life of holiness and greater holiness and better holiness, becoming more godly and becoming more sanctified, will in fact bring you closer and more towards God. And you can similarly walk away from God, and so it's not a superstitious thing where I say magic words and suddenly it turns on or off.
Yeah. No, I totally track with you on that. And to be honest, and I'm not against the whole sinner's prayer thing, but Jesus never said that. He just said, believe in your heart, confess with your mouth, and then follow me. Be a disciple. Action talks. If you never say the words, I really don't care, because you've been an idiot ever since you said the words. Now, that's a bad day. But let's say you're just some schmo and you're like, and I've met them. They were actually heroin addicts. Played my extended family. And they were in rehab, and they just went, I can't do this alone.
Yeah.
And then they had the whammo moment. And then they followed, and then they changed. And you would like them. They cuss a lot. They're funny. They're not uptight. They got tattoos. And they give money to homeless people. They cry sometimes when they realize where they've been brought out of, and they have compassion for others, and they're fun to be around.
I mean, that's good. At the same time, I mean, so earlier today, my rabbi was on, came on, and I have to tell you, like, he's fun to be around and stuff like that, but he never curses. He never like. Here, I'll tell you one of my favorite stories about my rabbi. So when I was at USC, there were two young women who were also at USC with me. And they were both from Christian families, Anabaptists.
Okay.
And they wanted to learn more about Judaism, so they started hanging around the synagogue. And one of them got a job as a work study and stuff. they didn't know each other from before, but both of them came from an Anabaptist background, and both of them started converting to Judaism. One of
Right.
them lives in Israel with her husband and kids now. The
Yeah.
other one ended up not converting, but while they were undergoing the process, I asked them, like, what made you decide to convert? And one of them answered me, and the other one said, yeah, same thing, which was they were both taught that if you rejected Jesus, you were going to hell.
Yeah.
Which is a very normal Christian thing to teach.
Right.
And they had come and they had spent so much time with my rabbi and his wife, who spend every moment of every day, like, doing everything they can to do what God wants in the world. And they said they simply could not believe in a God who would send them to hell.
Right. Okay.
And
Gotcha.
obviously, I mean, my rabbi and his wife have been approached by people telling them about Jesus more than,
Right.
and they both reject Jesus.
Right.
Right? They certainly reject Christianity. And they just felt, after seeing these two people, and frankly, I mean, the things I've seen with my rabbi, like, so on a typical Friday night, they will have anywhere from 50 to 2 or sometimes 300 people show up.
Yeah.
And they have to prepare all the food from before the Sabbath, right?
Right.
So they have to have enough food in case 300 people show up, and if only 50 people show up, right? And until it got that big, Rania, his wife, used to do all the cooking, right? Now they do have some help, but like, they prepare, and like, Friday nights is the big night. And I remember one Friday night I was there, and Rabbi Wagner was tired, like he becomes late at every Friday night, but there were so many people there. And it was about 1 a.m., and things were dying out, down, and people were leaving, right? And somebody knocked on the door.
Yeah.
And somebody went out and came back and said, Rabbi, somebody wants to talk to the rabbi. Okay. So Rabbi Wagner goes out to the front porch, and I waited for him for an hour, 2 hours, got to be 3 a.m. I went to bed. I get up, I forget, it was 7 or 8 for services. And I come downstairs, and Rabbi Wagner's just coming into the house, right? Okay, now we've got services, right?
Right. Yeah.
And so services, and then lunch, I think around 1 p.m. he got to go take a nap. And again, 3 o'clock services, right? And at the time, he had 4 or 5 kids.
Yep.
Right. And after the Sabbath, I sat down and I talked to him, and he's like feeding one of his kids, and I said, okay, so who was the guy last night? And he said, I don't know. So the Chabad house is right next to Fraternity Row. And so some kid, stoned out of his mind, had decided he needs to talk to the rabbi.
Yep.
And I'm like, well, had you talked to him before? He's like, no. Like, is he Jewish? He said, I don't think so. I'm like, Rabbi, you can't stay up and I'm reading him the riot act. I'm like, Rabbi, you didn't get any sleep. You have to take care of yourself. You have to take care of your kids. And he just turned to me and he said, I was.
Oh, dude. Yeah, that was wow. That's no, like I didn't see that one coming. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I love
and
that.
I mean, if you understand Chabad Hasidus, like there is an idea that, I mean, that he was paying it forward and taking care of his own kids and
Mm,
teaching them what is the right way and
yeah,
right.
right.
Um, Jan God says the magic is when the trick is done in front of you. Uh, I mean, yeah. So, like, how did we get into all of this?
Well, we
Oh,
can,
the
okay.
the binary, right? The
Oh
binary.
yeah, heaven and hell, Jesus or
Yeah,
not Jesus.
yeah, and this one moment thing, like Rabbi Wagner now, Blian Hara, he has 10 kids. His daughter,
Mhm,
who I remember when I used to change her diapers,
mhm.
she's now pregnant with her second child,
Okay,
right? And they're running this. When I first started going there, some Shabbats, I was the only student there,
okay,
right? That they had just started it. This was
right.
24 years ago. Now,
Mhm,
it's hard. It was hard for me to get the rabbi. I mean, school's over. Yeah,
right.
10 kids and 2 grandkids now.
Sh-
Well, 1.5 grandkids, but and he's only 2 years. He's 2 years older than me. His wife is 2 years younger than me.
Okay, okay.
Um, and like, I mean, that's a life of genuine service. Like, he doesn't take vacations. There's no vacations there.
So can I ask a question? Because I'm cool with
Yeah.
what you're saying, and I
Yeah.
really like it. But some questions come in. Say this how because I want to ask you personal questions, but they're not bad at all.
Ask
No,
ask away.
no. But I want to hit the mark. I
Mhm.
want to ask. Paul, like you and Paul crack me up. Like seriously, like it's fun. It's cats and dogs and a lot of fun, and not just cats and dogs. You're here, and I've talked with Hezi some, and I get to know him a little bit, you a little bit, and I like it. You're in this community from a very Christian-like perspective.
Mhm.
You're not Christian,
Mhm.
and like I'm Jewish. And
Mhm.
I'll hold that. And I met the Jesus. I met him, and so I like this space because normally I wouldn't be able to talk with you.
Mhm.
And I'm like, okay, like, and I wish I could be more articulate, but I'm like, dude, what's going on? Like, it
What am
doesn't
I doing
compute.
here?
And but I want it to be deeper than that. It's
Okay.
because
So
I don't want to just hit the rock on the surface of the water and
you're
have
right.
it skip.
So let me explain.
Okay.
And I've told this story many times, but
Yeah.
I like telling the story.
Okay.
So I have to say, uh, growing up, I always did wonder about Christianity.
Okay.
And so one of the stories I like to tell is when I was in junior high, I was like 13 or 14 years old. And I had a substitute teacher once who was a Christian. He
Okay.
walked in, he put his Bible on his desk, and then
Yeah.
he taught, and he didn't mention the Bible, he didn't mention, but like
Hmm.
the Bible was on his desk, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And that got me very interested. And I spent recess in his room asking him about Christianity and Jesus. And I spent lunch, and after school, I was talking to him, and I gave him my phone number, and I told him, "Don't worry, call me. I won't tell my parents." Right? Like, he's an evangelical Christian. Here's a 13-year-old Jewish boy asking
Right.
him
What the
about
book?
Jesus, right?
Right.
And he actually did call, right?
Okay.
And we spent hours and hours. And I have always wanted Christians to convince me that Jesus is the Messiah. Like
Okay.
I've always been a messianist. I really do look forward to the coming of the Messiah. And if Jesus
Okay.
is the Messiah, I really did want to know. I still do want to know, right?
Okay. Right.
And I always like, and in college, I remember like there were these Christians. I would constantly be like, okay, convince me. Like, go ahead and
Yeah.
convince me. And
Right.
even like as I became more and more religiously observant as a Jew, like
Yeah.
I even after, like, really an Orthodox Jew is not supposed to spend a lot of time turning towards Christianity. Like, that's
Not
not
allowed.
not
That's
allowed.
not kosher.
Yeah, it's not. And but I would still, you know. Now, what happened was I always imagined, and the sensible thing as a Jew is to recognize that me picking up a Christian Bible and trying to understand Christianity by
Mhm.
myself, I never
Mhm.
thought I would, like, there's no comparison with someone who is a faithful Christian and lives their life as a Christian.
Mhm.
Okay? Because I know that, as like somebody who's trying to understand Judaism, like, you can pick up a Hebrew Bible, and you can pick up the Talmud, and you can pick up like all this stuff and try to understand
Right.
it. I have been spending many years devoted full time to Judaism, right?
Right.
So I always had what I hope is intellectual humility of, when a Christian told me Jesus taught X, Y, and Z, I would
Mhm.
believe them that Jesus taught X, Y, and Z. And so
Right.
when I talked to Christians about Christianity, I never, like, it was never convincing to me, ever. It really wasn't. And I was disappointed at how unconvincing Christianity was. Now, what happened was that around 15 years ago,
Mhm.
my personal life, like, I was living the life of a committed Orthodox Jew.
Okay.
And for many different reasons, my life fell completely apart.
Okay.
Um, the example I give is, so I was trying to be a Hasidic rabbi, hopefully, right?
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I have a skin condition. Now, there's a reason you won't see my beard ever be much longer than this, is
Okay.
because I have a skin condition. When my beard gets much longer than this, it starts scabbing up and bleeding. Like, it's
Yeah.
really bad, right?
Okay.
Um, and I and so um I decided, and so I I really halachically, right, according to Jewish law, I do believe that I shouldn't grow a beard, but
Right.
Hasidic rabbis are expected to grow a beard.
Yeah. Right.
And even if you supposedly have an excuse, a medical excuse, people
Mhm.
wonder if you have a medical excuse or you just want to and you're just making an excuse.
Gotcha. Okay.
And that's not the thing, but I think it's emblematic of the types of things that is like, God, what do you want from me? Right? I
Mhm.
can grow the beard, be in pain constantly,
Right. Right.
and be doing something that I believe is not according to Jewish law, right?
Okay.
Or I can be more successful in my rabbinic career doing things that I don't believe are according to Jewish law. Like, there was a lot of things which were that type of like, God, what do you want from me? Right?
Okay.
And I found myself in a place where I was very confused, kind of depressed,
Mhm.
and lots and lots of things, like lots of things. In my school, my career, my love life, lots of different things.
Mhm.
And I ended up in a situation where I was I was like, okay, whatever God wants from me in this world, it's not to live as an Orthodox Jew. And I gave it all of it. I shaved my head, everything. I stopped keeping kosher, went to Taco Bell for the first time in 10 years, you know, um,
Gotcha.
uh, just everything, gave everything up. And I said,
Okay.
I am going to try to be a good person.
Mhm.
Not that I regret the years that I spent being an Orthodox Jew, but
Right.
obviously not God wants from me. I don't know what God wants from me, but I'm going to focus on my mental health. I'm going to
Okay.
focus on rebuilding my life. I was heavy in debt because of law school and everything.
Mhm.
And so Jan God says, Jacob going to heaven confirmed. Uh, Going to hell or heaven was never anything I was worried about. Um, and so I decided I'm just going to I'm just going to try to be a nice guy. And I became an insurance broker, which I have been for the last 10 years, 11 years now.
Mhm.
And I focused on my mental health. And that's why I was so involved with Jordan Peterson and things like that, right?
Mhm.
Listening to Jordan Peterson.
Okay.
Uh, I never thought of going to Taco Bell as a wild adventure. No, but going to Taco Bell is really easy as opposed to trying to keep kosher. And I used to keep very high standards of kosher. Like I wouldn't
Mhm.
even eat at every kosher restaurant, right? Um, like I used to keep a very high standards of kosher. Um,
Gotcha.
and so and so I where I ended up being was including in this Jordan Peterson space where there were a lot of atheists and Christians who started asking questions about asking questions about religion. And I had a background to start talking to people and answering their questions about religion because
Mhm.
I had wanted to become a rabbi. Like that was my aspiration, right?
Mhm.
And especially Christians started asking me questions about
Mhm.
um like, okay, so when Jesus says X, Y, and Z, what does he
Mhm.
mean? And
Mhm.
I started looking into the Gospels for the first time, not with a Christian guide telling me what Jesus means, but me myself trying to understand what Jesus was saying.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean this to be in any way offensive, but I realize it is. I came to the realization Christians don't know enough about Judaism to understand what Jesus was saying. I'm sorry, but they
I
had
kind
no effing clue.
yeah, no, I'm tracking. I'm okay. I'm laughing with you on that one.
And
I'm okay.
yeah, and so I started seeing a whole new Jesus. Mark Tabor, who I don't know if you've heard of him. He's
Yeah.
a scholar. Mark Tabor.
Yeah.
He he puts it a lot more poetically than I do,
Right.
which is he says kind of like when you see a shining rock under a river, you can
Okay.
see a Jewish Jesus under the water of the Gospels,
Okay. Yeah.
right?
Sure. I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, that's much more poetic than I put it, which is I saw a Jewish Jesus with lots of like a painting of a beautiful painting of a rabbi with like
Mm.
crayon all over it. And
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
I met a Jewish Jesus. I met a Jesus who I could say, oh, this guy not only knows Judaism, but
Uh-huh.
is teaching Judaism beautifully.
You think that? Okay.
And so I had a kind of sort of conversion where I no longer saw Jesus as some sort of heretic, but
Wow.
as the most betrayed man in the world. And I really mean that.
I'm like,
Betrayed
oh,
by Jews
okay.
because we don't see him like so few Jews see Jesus as a Jew.
So Jacob, what are you, dude? I'm tracking with you, but what are you saying? Because I'm liking it, but I'm like a little confused here in a good way, I think.
I think Jesus was teaching Judaism. I think
Okay.
Jesus was an Orthodox Jew.
You
Um,
mean he didn't convert?
I don't think he converted. I
Oh,
don't think he had a different version of Judaism. Uh,
okay.
and I think the people who claim to be his disciples, one of
Yeah.
my catchphrases is, if by Christian you mean someone who follows the teachings of Jesus, the only
Uh-huh.
Christians I know are Orthodox Jews.
Well, that's fun. So does that mean I'm Orthodox? Yes.
Well, I believe in a Jesus who would say that you, as a Jew, as someone who was born to a Jewish mother, should actually be keeping kosher and be putting on tefillin and saying the prayers, as I should.
But before I go down the rabbit trail of goofing, I liked what you had to say. It's an insight into you I didn't think I would hear.
Mm,
But I'm like, it's interesting. Like, okay, I think I got my answer I didn't expect.
mm,
So I feel good about it. Like, dude, because I met him, and when I say, and I don't know how much it makes sense, but I encounter him all the time.
mm,
That's why and I never, it's interesting what you say.
mm.
You know, I didn't know that answer was coming.
Mm.
And it doesn't bother me, but it's interest. It makes me, it gives me an answer I didn't expect.
Mm.
So now I'm experiencing something that's a kavod would be the best word I could, but it's good. Like I feel a kavod
So
on my
kavod
heart.
means both, means heavy and means glory.
Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what I'm feeling
Yeah.
at this moment.
Yeah. Yeah. Kavod, that's kavod can mean both heavy and glory. Yeah.
Yeah, it is this. That is what I'm experiencing right now.
Well, I mean, and so my view of Jesus is not the normal uh, Orthodox Jewish view, but
Mhm.
it's also not something that's completely outside of Orthodox Judaism, right?
Really?
Um, the
Hmm.
the
Okay.
it's the problem is when you say things like um, and there have been various people who have said similar things. There's a book, Shmuley Boteach, who I'm not a huge fan of, put out Kosher Jesus, right? Um,
Okay.
but there is a way of looking at the historical Jesus which
Mhm.
is not as hostile as most Orthodox Jews have been for many
Mhm.
many years to Jesus. Now the thing is, I mean, it's funny. I just posted this on my Twitter. Here, I'll pull it
Mhm.
up. Um, I mean, it's been really painful for me. Here, let me pull this up. Like recently, um, I simply cannot express my level of disappointment at the failure of the Christian community to stand up against the most vicious anti Semitism I've ever seen in my life. People who are defending Jews do so by proclaiming Jesus hates Judaism. And I've done several uh, streams on this.
Mhm.
There's, I have, for the past, now it's been what, 6 years, certainly over 4 years, as this channel has been growing.
Mhm.
I have been developing relationships with Christians that I thought I was being called
Mhm.
to to kind of maybe help heal a rift, and to some extent there has been. There's
Right.
certainly, I mean, there's certainly been people on my Discord server, on my channel, here in Los Angeles. um, I do feel that in many ways I have hopefully contributed to healing a rift.
Okay.
But I have to tell you, over the past 4 or 5 months, um, maybe not even that long, but maybe since October 7th of last year,
Ah.
I have I was expecting the Christian community and the Christian friends that I had made
Yep.
to be uh, at least a little bit, and I don't see it at all,
Mhm.
to be speaking against the absolute ridiculous levels of anti-Semitism that has
Mhm.
been coming up over the past year. And
Okay.
I mean, watching people like the people from the Babylon Bee discuss with people like Calvin Robinson, who was somebody I was generally very supportive of. Like Calvin Robinson, I don't know if you've even heard of him. He's an
Yeah,
Anglican
the,
priest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um, like watching and hearing them say the most disgusting things about Judaism.
Calvin?
Oh yeah, Calvin Robinson, his podcast with uh
Fox.
Joel Webbin recently
Oh, okay.
was
Okay.
absolutely I only pulled up 2 clips from it.
Right.
But I did a whole stream just on that.
Okay.
It's been pretty horrible to see what's going on in the Christian community, at least online. And that has kind of got me to be like, uh um it's certainly caused me to have pause.
Okay. Can I share something? And I apologize, but so it's October 7th and I'm just losing my stuff. And that's actually kind of when I found TLC.
Mm.
And I go into a chat room and there ain't nobody talking nothing about it. And I'm like, really? This is, and I made a lot of assumptions about TLC. And so like, it is a mixed bag. It's not Christian. I assumed it was, so that's my fault. But there wasn't even a news blip like, oh, did you hear about what happened in Israel? Like just even as, a matter of war, mentioning something like that. I have noticed that, and that bothered me. I'll be honest, because I was looking for some sort of consolation and comfort. At least I would have taken it that way. If at least mention it, like there was, and why am I saying this? I don't know. I'm just I'm like, yeah, dude. Okay, I'm I'm Christian but Jewish, and the whole for me the Christendom. I don't know. I wasn't thrilled.
I mean, there's a lot going on, especially some of the stuff people say about the Talmud, like the level of ignorance. So Calvin Robinson, he on that thing with Joel Webbin, he says, "Yeah, I asked Grok what the Talmud says about Jesus," and I was like, "What level of ignorance is this? Like, you're really going to trust Grok? Like, you don't have anybody you would ask about the Talmud better than Grok? Really?" And I mean, we've talked about this a little bit between the two of us, but um, Food Truck Emily, who's very popular among at least some people in this uh, in the TLC, much more so than what I'm affiliated with, which I would say is the Jordan Peterson sphere. But she was nonstop posting one anti-Semitic thing after the other on her Twitter. And I tried reaching out to her. Chezi tried reaching out to her. I think. Oh, great. Yeah, this is. I mean, Tyler Hollitz is another one. Like, the and when I said, look, people, this is a problem. This is not acceptable. She's not, to the best of my ability, I've been trying to engage with her. This is not merely anti-Zionism. right? I don't consider myself a Zionist. Um, this is anti-Semitism.
If, and
The
if I may,
dismissiveness I got from people who thought should know me better. I'm not
Yeah.
talking about you or anybody who is
Yeah.
new to me, but people
Gotcha.
who have known me for many years,
Like
Right.
Luke?
who did not take that seriously, was, I mean, it's really bad.
And if I may, with
Yeah.
in a gentle way, just because I do know Food Truck Emily, and I have some relationship with her. And I think I hope you respect this. I look at it more like a moment in a court of law where, for me, it's evidence. And I know it can be difficult because, to be honest, I like you both. You know what I mean? Like, and I have a vested interest in knowing who my friends are.
Mm.
And when I say vested interest, I mean that in a real way. Like, this is not theory to me. What I'm playing with, and I think you understand. Like, when I was growing up, there were people in my synagogue who had numbers on their arms, and then even in my life, I've had to deal with some Islamic folks that I'm like, oh, I'm about to have an interesting moment in my life, and like, it's not so. When I hear someone is being called out for something, it's not so much I won't listen, but I'll say, okay, I need proof, evidence, and then the ability for them to defend themselves. And this is the Wild West. This is the internet is one of the worst places to do that. And
I understand that.
Okay.
Here, I honestly, I have not visited her,
Right.
her, whatchamacallit, since for a while.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
took some screenshots and I posted it. But
Right.
this is her ex post, right? 19 hours ago.
Wait,
Israel
can't
killed
read it.
70 people in Gaza today.
Wait, I'm sorry,
Right?
Jacob. I can't read it. Is that today or when was this?
It's from 19 hours ago.
Oh, okay.
I mean, she's apparently Palantir, like, you just look at it, anti-human, right? Like, her constant, like,
Okay.
she is very much one-sided, and
Oh.
some of the things that I
Okay.
have seen her, like, there has to be a limit, like,
Okay.
how much she is constantly talking about Israel, but
Yeah.
she will not have a decent discussion where she views Jews as human beings.
Now that one,
I'm sorry. Like, she will not interact with me and with
Right.
Fezzi and with the other Jews around here as human beings.
I give me a second here because I'm just trying to get. Are you saying she says we're not human beings, or you're not human beings, or is that just
No,
your
she
way of
does
describing?
not interact with me. Like,
Uh-huh.
there's somebody who is constantly talking about Israel all over her thing and posting some of the most ignorant and horrible
Yeah.
stuff. Like,
Okay.
I don't know if
Okay.
you've ever heard of the USS Liberty, but if you're
No.
posting about the Liberty, like, and I have invited her over and over again to come on
Okay.
and discuss these things with me, but
Right.
she won't.
No. Okay. I got you.
Right?
All right.
If you're going to be making these statements about Israel and anti-human, like, and talking about these things okay, come on, let's go ahead and discuss this. But
Okay.
if you're not going to,
Yeah.
discuss it, right?
Right. Yeah.
And some of the things she believes are truly heinous. They really are. Like,
Okay.
I'm sorry, this is not acceptable behavior around me. And I mean, similar, I have to say, with Mark Parker, I drove a very long way to sit down
Right.
and talk with him.
Right.
And then he does a podcast where he implies that I'm dangerous. And it's like, dude, like, I'm trying to, like, what is going on here? I helped him launch his channel.
Right.
I
So
was
now,
very active. Like, and then to like stab me in the back like that, do you have
and I'm
any sort of
and I
compulsion?
apologize. And first off, like I hope you don't mind me asking these. I hope
No, I
I'm
don't.
not interrupting in a bad way. You know what I mean? Like,
No, you're not. No.
okay, cool. First off, before I'm losing why we even went down this rabbit trail. It's not a rabbit trail, like it's not insignificant, but what was the
Good
impetus
question.
for this?
We started talking about my involvement in this corner
Yeah.
and how, like, my experience seeing people who I thought I had developed a relationship with over many
Right.
years,
Yeah,
like
they chose.
they I mean, there's a level of reciprocity.
Dude,
And
they choked. They, you know, like and I speak as a Jewish person now, you know, like not even religiously, but just as a genetic, like someone who might have a target on their back, or at least understands that, like a lot of people choked. Hate it. You know, it's almost Jordan Peterson, I think, said this. He goes, it's, oh no, this was Douglas Murray. He goes, October 11th or 7th, sorry, was a moment where the lights got turned on in the dark, like a flare went up, and you got to see where everyone was at. I was like, son of a biscuit, he was right.
Yeah.
Like it all, like you saw who was what and how they stood, and like it got right up in your face. And it was, and actually for me, the worst day, or just as bad, was the day after, when the protests started. And it was like, and there was no pushback. And I was like, son of a biscuit. Like, and I want to get a t-shirt. It's going to say, I will never own a gun, but all my friends do. And
I do own a gun.
and I'm cool with
Because
that.
I'm that type of a Jew. And
And
yeah.
and that's why I'm going to have my t-shirt when I walk around you. But my point is, and for me, I was around drugs all my life, and I had asthma as a kid, so they all trust, you know, the drug dealers trusted me because I wasn't a threat or a user. But I saw violence came into my life because of that, and it was so jarring to me that's why I will never own a gun, because I understand I don't really need one. I don't. Everyone
Yeah,
else fine.
I understand. Yeah.
Okay. But on the day of October 7th, it was maybe the 8th, I'm thinking, this is what bothered me. A thought came into my mind. Maybe I should own a gun. And that's when my Christianity, that's when the rubber hit the road for me, because I'm like, Peter, you want to pick up that 9mm and start capping somebody, or are you going to stand up and walk in love? Not as a victim, but not in fear. And that was a spirit. I'm going to speak in my own terms. That was a spirit of fear that was released that day. It was a spirit of murder and fear the next day. And it took a while for me to walk out of it and to realize, really, and I will say this, being a Christian, if you're going to follow Jesus, you might die. Hate it. I'm not applauding it. I'm not even looking for it. But it's the question. The question will come up like, okay, am I willing to walk as I know I should in love?
Mhm.
And that was, it was almost like getting the second job. Like, are you willing to, are you gonna get a gun and hide? Or are you gonna just know that God's in control and that you should love your neighbor?
Well,
And Mhm.
okay. So
That's just for me. And I'm
yeah,
just,
no,
that's
I I
just for me.
I, I understand. I understand.
Okay.
But so this is one of the long-standing disputes between me and Luke Thompson, right?
Okay.
Luke 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 says that he is a pacifist, right?
Okay.
And he says hypothetically that if someone came and was, God forbid, doing horrible things to his wife and his daughters,
Dude,
that he
I'll get the gun. I'm like, that's a whole other
well
something.
well he says he wishes that he
Uh-huh.
wouldn't because he's a pacifist.
You know,
At the same
listen.
time,
Yeah.
at the same time, there are very few people who have physically threatened me.
Yeah.
Luke was one of them.
Luke physically threatened you?
Yeah, he's like, Jacob, sometimes when you say something, somebody might get up and punch you. I'm like,
Oh, no, wait a
you
second.
realize?
Dude, no, Jacob, I now take aught with your
What?
words.
No.
And-
He act. First of all, I have met Luke in real life.
Yeah.
And no, he was very, very angry, and he was actually he was threatening me, and he apologized for it. But
Okay.
that's part of the thing. Is Luke? The fact is, Luke
Right.
is a jumble of confusion and contradictions.
Okay.
And he says one thing with his mouth, and he says another thing with it, and he ends up doing other things. And he has he's a Trinitarian. I'm sorry, but like he believes in being contradictory. And
Well, okay, but we're
the thing.
rabbit trailing for me. For
What?
me, help me focus on the how did we get into this part of the weeds?
So talking about
Mhm.
like what I mean ultimately, and Mark is also talking about like
Mhm.
how I ended up and Mark ended up moving away from this little corner to the Jordan Peterson sphere, right?
Okay.
It is because what I have noticed in this little corner is there's a lot of people who say one thing and maybe pretend to something, but when it gets down to actually walking the walk,
Okay.
right? So Bridges of Meaning was for a very long time run by Joey Antonassi. I don't know if you've ever even heard of Joey Antonassi.
I know of an atheist named Joey who started it.
Right.
Okay.
And he was treated poorly, very poorly, to the point where he decided he's had enough of it.
Okay.
And he left. And I honestly feel that there was no sense of keeping faith with him.
Let's say you're right. Okay, no, let's say you're right. I mean,
well, that's not acceptable behavior in a community.
but here's the thing, and the reason the only thing I would say to that is that was then, this is now.
but the community
And-
does that over and over again. Similar things have happened to at least 10 different people.
Okay, I'll give it, and I'll just say I can only take responsibility of how I act within this community. I can only take responsibility for myself.
I
And I-
understand, but ultimately, when the leaders of a community, like Paul Vanderklay,
Okay,
right, and Mark is right, it's stuck in a 6-year loop because this is a community that where this keeps on happening, and the community doesn't mature, doesn't grow, doesn't and that's why I left, Mark is leaving, other people have left. Like, it's not a community that has a capacity to actually grow and mature and learn lessons and develop,
you might be right. You might
which
be,
is
because maybe,
unfortunate.
Is
It is.
Hezzy still part of the TLC?
What'd you say, Kirk?
Is Hezzy still part of the TLC?
I don't know. You're gonna have to ask
Yeah.
him.
he talks all the time. I mean, I
He
see
talks
him. Yeah.
all the time. Look, it's not like I'm opposed to Grail Country. I've stopped going on Paul Vanderklay's channel. I don't deliberately not watch his stuff, but I've stopped watching because it's like I will never be the type of person that one day I'm your friend and the next day I'm your enemy. That's not the type of person that I am.
Right.
I will, but like when you show me who you are, I will readjust. And I was one of Paul Vanderklay's biggest supporters, and I still, to this day, I mean, the estuary here in Los Angeles is held at my house, despite the fact that I've kind of divorced myself from it. Like, I'm not going to say, no, you can't hold it at my house, because I try to be supportive, and I know that the Los Angeles crew really likes it. And so I'm not going to say, no, you can't have it at my house. No, you can have it at my house. And I'm never going to be against Paul Vanderklay, but I don't trust him anymore.
Okay, so, and I'm sorry for that, because
Well, it's not your fault.
no, but I still don't like it.
Yeah, well, I mean,
but
let me. It's an extension of his theology. It is an extension of his theology. It's not like I'm the only one. I was actually much more upset when he wasn't being friends to his other friends than with me. It's like, if one of my friends loses his best friend, like, I'm at least gonna call and ask, hey, how you doing? Is there anything I can do? And it's like, I don't want to get into other people's personal lives, but it was like, Paul, like, this is somebody who depends on you. Why aren't you at least calling him to see how he is? And it really bothered me.
And at this point, and I think you'll understand, I have to be careful, because biblically, I feel like I need, and I can't have other people defend themselves at this time.
Mm-hmm. Well,
you know what I mean? Like, because I enjoy talking with you a lot, and I'm feeling the territory as the subject is. So at this point, it behooves me to defend other people until they can defend themselves. Not because I'm agreeing with them.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
No, I mean, so this is a level of loyalty and generosity which I respect in you, and I try to have for other people. And I understand you haven't been around this as long as of the rest of us.
I'm 1 year in at the best.
Yeah.
At the best.
But I will tell you that once you spend enough time in this little corner, what you're going to see is there's a reason why people don't last long term.
Now that one I'll
Despite-
give you.
Despite
Yes.
the fact that a lot of the people who have left have been the most kind Christian
Yeah.
people in the world.
Yeah, my opinion of this little corner, and I like it. It reminds me of a nice bar, a bar you accidentally walk into. You're like, oh, dude, this is cool. And at first you don't know anybody, and you get to be a buddy to everybody, and then and then you see someone act up. You're like, oh, okay, they're acting up a touch. And then over time, you see like, oh, they act up a lot, and then you see cliques, and maybe you get into the cool kids table, maybe you don't. And then for me, and this has happened, I've met a few people that I've given them my number,
Mhm.
and they, like, when everything went bad with my sisters, after the election, it blew up. I had people who I really didn't know, who are not theologically like me, reach out to me and really were friends. Like, and to be honest, I recognized it the moment I met him. I'm like, well, you say you're one thing, but me and you are cool. Like, you don't know it yet, but we're friends. And it's walked out that way. And I don't plan on leaving, and I saw Mark's comment where about the churn. And if I do churn out, it's not alone. And I hope that I leave the place a little bit better than what I met it. You know,
I need 5 minutes. I'm thinking of running a 5-minute clock. I don't know if you want to
Yeah.
stick around. If you don't want to, I'm fine with you leaving it that
Yeah.
way, but I
Cool.
need 5 minutes. If you do stick around, we'll talk in 5 minutes.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to bail, but I'll be back in 5 minutes. How's that?
Sounds good.
Okay, cool.
Hello.
We're back.
We're back, baby.
Let's see what people have said. And we have an Andrew.
Has it been?
So, Yon God says, I like the bar analogy. I'll tell you the difference is that in a real life situation, you don't have as many people entering and leaving. You don't have as many people entering and leaving, and sometimes leaving without anybody noticing.
Okay.
I try very hard to notice anytime somebody leaves. If somebody hasn't been in touch for a while, I try to find out what happened to them, where they've gone. And that's actually, some people are like, yeah, I just left. Like, why'd you bother taking so much trouble to get back to me? But I think that if you have a genuine loving relationship towards people,
Right.
and you actually have a sense of community, which you should, which is what I'm trying to cultivate, at least on my Discord server.
Mhm.
It's not good enough to see, and I certainly don't want people to look at my involvement and then think that because I am a caring person, that this is a caring environment. And unfortunately, TLC, whatever it is, I left Bridges of Meaning because I could see that it's a no man's land. I don't want to be involved in a no man's land. I want to live in civilization where we get to know each other and we have actual community and caring, and so for me on my Discord server, it's very clear who's what, where, um, uh, who the people are, and what's acceptable behavior, what's not acceptable behavior, and in my community, as some people have found out, if you need a place to sleep, my couch is available.
Oh, dude, that was shots fired.
He's not the only one to sleep on my couch. But
Still shots fired, though. JK. Calling you out.
Look, I expect people in my community to pay that forward.
Yeah. And okay.
If you're not the type of person to let other people sleep on your couch, then I'm not going to let you sleep on my couch very long.
All right, that's reasonable enough. That's reasonable. I don't know. It's Andrew. I don't know if he had shots fired at you just now, or if that was Jacob just describing his personality of the community. But I'll take that as, what's that?
Don't worry.
No, okay. Well, I was thinking it's the community that wasn't shots fired. Let's say just say yes to everything you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I see it. Yeah, okay. It's not a cult. It's just not perfect at all.
A cult actually is more stable than what we seem to have in TLC. Like, I jokingly call my community my cult, because at least we have some level of look, if you decide to leave the group chat, if you like, I'm gonna call and ask why.
Yeah, no, that's cool. And I think, and I'm gonna actually, it's surprising that I'm remembering this, but I do. The reason this whole thing started when you started to mention anti-Semitism,
Mm.
that you had not, that's actually what started this all. And that to me, I think I've answered all my questions and I have my insights about TLC and all that, but the whole anti-Semitism thing, that one sticks with me. That one is unresolved. And if it's unresolved, that means something in the dark might grow. And I don't know if I'm blackpilling it at this moment. But
No, I mean, honestly, I don't think the anti-Semitism thing is so much a reflection of TLC as much as it
no,
is
it's not.
broader
But people,
Christianity.
yeah. And that's what I'm getting at is, and things can turn on a dime, to be honest. You can manipulate masses of people in moments.
I
For or against something.
I really expected a much better response
Yeah.
to I mean, it's not that I prefer that X didn't let all the anti-Semites say all the anti-Semitic things they are. I want people to go ahead and say all the anti-Semitic shit they want.
Right.
But then I expect an answer from the people who I consider to be my friends to be like, oh shit, like Calvin Robinson is saying shit like this. Joel Webben is apparently not a total outcast. I don't know the contours of Christianity that well, right?
And what cracked me up is when the fellow that I mentioned before, he's a journalist, he was pro-Israel and a very dang nabbit. And
Douglas Murray?
Yes. Like that dude, I did not expect him to stand up and be so strong. I didn't expect him to stand up and defend me.
I think at least part of that comes from he realizes if he doesn't stand up, he's a gay man and people will come after him too. Like I don't want to in any way denigrate the fact that he's standing up, but I think when you realize the precarious situation you're in,
the wolf is at the door.
You have a lot easier time, standing up and being like, "Hey, like this is I'm not this shall go no further."
Yeah, which is unfortunate because
I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say because most gay activists and public gay people are very pro Hamas.
I'm like, what the hell's up, dude? Do you know what kind of building they will throw you off of? Are you hot? And I'm, you know what I mean? I'm ranting in a joking way, but
and this is actually part of why so much of the gay community has actually become Trump supporters. They have.
Really?
Yeah, Trump is so much more popular among gay people than Republicans ever have been. Yeah.
That's hilarious. Okay. Because I'm okay, when everything went down in October, there were people gathering on campus at Ball State University. And because of my past, I spotted some shady dudes. Like, it was everything in me not to go get a little bit closer and get eyes on to see what was going down. Because you know when someone's there, they are there for trouble. They are there for no good. And when nothing was done, and the university let them do it, I was so wigged out because I'm like, no, there's authority and there's hierarchy and there's structure and there's a chain of command and things are going to be okay. And it went straight down the toilet. And now I don't link it to COVID, but it's like I see failures in foundational. Dude, I'm seeing failures one after another on a level of like, okay, this is either you are stupid or you are willfully driving this car off the cliff.
A lot of them are actually stupid. There are a lot of look. You have to
Okay.
remember that the people who actually have uh, some level of common sense aren't spending most of their lives being political activists, either in real life or online. They have jobs, they have families, they have like all of these things, and so the type of the 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 type of like self-selection bias there is among people, like before I would say all of the things that I say publicly, I had to think, do I have kids? Do I have a wife? Do I have even family? I mean, even to me, there's some extent which I have to worry about the type of blowback
Right.
that that my being a personality that I am
Yeah. Right.
has on my family, right?
How dangerous is it? That's exactly
How dangerous is it? And merely, I mean, my sister, like I don't want my sister having like somebody being like, hey, is this your brother? And
right.
you
Yeah.
know, not that I think it would happen, but like her
But
losing a job because of that. Like
right.
um like I'm not that worried, but like if I was married to someone and
Yeah.
certainly my own kids, people will do shit like that, right? And so you have to realize the people who are so loud and say all kinds of stupid things online, a lot of them have literally nothing to lose. They don't have a job to lose. They don't have they don't have friends and family, and they're like it was actually very enlightening to me. When I walk my dog, there's a lot of homeless people around here.
Yeah.
And I was walking my dog, and there was a homeless person like doom scrolling on Twitter, uh, like lying down in a sleeping bag on the sidewalk. And as I was walking past, I was like, wow, this person could be posting and is probably posting on Twitter, right? And in real life, we would understand, like, if someone's sleeping in a sleeping bag on the sidewalk, you probably don't want to take their opinions too seriously. But on Twitter, how do you know the difference? And this person has a lot more time than like doctors do to be doom scrolling and posting stupidities on Twitter.
I got. Sorry, I was distracted by the comments. I apologize.
I mean, the comments are right. Like, having nothing to lose is very dangerous.
Yeah.
And context is everything. The internet
So-
equalizes that. This
And-
means signal is lost.
And I think, and I'll circle around back to my Christianity, if that's the right way to say it. You know, I'm like, because so there are stupid people in charge, and I'm not going to get angry and take up arms. I think there are some people that may, And if they don't like me, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to be stupid either. I'm not, like I said, it's not that I don't fear, but I won't give in to it. And then I won't automatically make someone my enemy either. What I have learned from this place, now one thing I'll give TLC its due, it's, I think, maybe help me be better in conversation just because of the hours of engaging it, like at least learning how to shut my mouth. And talking to you and Mark, like talking to Mark Parker for me was a stretch, but he's turned into a friend and he's got radically different views. And I'm at least learning how other people question things and taking that as a skill set so that if I do meet someone who I think might be pro Hamas, instead of me just going, okay, lock and load, rock and roll, it'll be like, I hope in that moment I go, well, why do you like them?
I mean, I have to say, I've been very shocked in my interactions with Mark to find out how erratic he can be as a human being. And that's I would be very careful. That's all I'll say.
Well, and here's the thing, like you are talking to someone, yes, and thank you. I'm not first off, this is the internet. You know what I mean? Like you're a couple thousand miles away and I'm reasonable and you're reasonable and everyone here is like, except for the foot fetish person, I'm like, this is just a quiet evening. I actually get more out of it than there is. It's a plus, not a negative. It's a net plus for me.
But, I mean, no. I mean, this community really is. I just have to say, like after like sitting there and having dinner with Mark, I am surprised at how erratic of a human being he is.
No, that's a whole other something because like I don't know anybody here. I talk.
I have made a huge deal of actually going and eating dinner with people.
That's pretty cool. I've heard that, and that is you do get to really see who someone is.
Yeah, and I mean, dealing with people on the internet is different from like actually meeting someone and then once you have met with someone to see them act on the internet in a way that is like, okay, this is not something like I have to wonder what's wrong with this human being.
Well, that's I deal with drug addicts a lot. I help in rehab groups. And like I'm sorry, but if as far as crazy goes, I think I have a pretty high tolerance for it.
That's another thing. Like, no, I have learned a lot and dealing more as I'm learning more about being a substance abuse counselor and becoming a social worker. Yeah,
okay.
like, and you have to have some level of tolerance for that. But people who have had we're talking about Mark Parker, not Mark Lefebvre. Mark Lefebvre. Mark, I haven't met you in real life, have I? But Mark Lefebvre, I haven't met in real life. Mark Parker, I have met in real life. And Mark Lefebvre, people have vouched for me, and that's part of why I have a level of trust. The problem with Mark is the two of us are too much alike to like each other.
That's hilarious. I like it.
but no, Mark Parker. I've just been very, very. I have been very, very surprised at how erratic of a human being he is.
Do you think you can pathologize it?
Yes, very easily. I having seen he has issues.
Yeah,
I
and I
believe
too,
he has
and I think that's not. I mean, that's not something he wouldn't say. And and
yeah,
and I- and I would ask,
it's
and I hate
beyond
playing this.
it's beyond merely being bipolar. I've dealt with a
Well,
lot of bipolar people.
and and this is where I would ask, like at least, and I hope I don't sound. I don't know how this sounds because I'm a guest in your house. Like on this one, I don't feel too comfortable going down this trail too far,
Mm.
just because it's. I've been in bars long enough. Like I like it both. You know what I mean? I I can't. There's no good outcome at the end of this unless.
Let me put it this way: almost
Yeah.
everybody in Los Angeles has like I rarely lock the door to my house
Okay.
because
Yeah.
like I have an 80-pound Rottweiler here, and if you're
Okay.
willing to risk your life, there's nothing I own here that
Right.
like if you're willing to risk your life with my 80-pound Rottweiler, you
Yeah.
obviously value my possessions more than I do,
Right.
and
Right.
maybe you should have them. Um,
Right.
I only call people out by name publicly after I feel that it's necessary to do so, Bill, and I understand.
Okay. Um,
Uh, I would, I would not trust Mark. I don't trust Mark.
well, I tell you, and that's I'm. I don't- I got to find out for myself. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? Like and it's
I understand. Yeah,
okay. But I thanks for letting me talk this way. By the way, I don't like talking this way. I'm not that kind of guy. I like to get along with people, but I'm learning again from friends and conversations to speak your mind. Not It's not to be like blah, this is my mind, but more like this is my thought, and to introduce it into the conversation and see where it goes. And sometimes navigate the conversation a touch, not so much to stop it. But for me, when I go into a conversation I shouldn't be in, I have a negative visceral reaction to it. And remember when I mentioned kavod a while ago? I have encounters. There are other ones when I feel like I'm getting into shallow waters. I can feel it, and if for me, it's it's a very negative encounter, and I'm learning to pay attention to it faster. And so I just because I'm encountering it now, and
I understand.
but I want to share it with you. I'm like, dude, like I said, I'm Mr. Charismatic. And when you said that, when we talked about that, God is not just, you're like, I don't like charismatics because most of them are like, God is not like, no, I am not having a loving moment right now. I like the conversation, but I'm like, I am not having a loving moment with God because I feel like I want to respect you both.
I understand.
Yeah, no, well, I'm just trying to articulate everything, and I don't know. It's the first time I've talked with you, but I appreciate it. So, is that who's that?
Michael
Hello.
Satori?
Mike?
This
What's
is
up?
Michael Sartori
And
with
by
the
the way,
big book.
Michael, it's nothing personal, but I got to dip out. And
Yeah.
oh my gosh,
Yeah, it's thick.
if that's 800 pages,
Yep.
Oh my goodness, that is part of the brain of Michael Satori.
Yeah, exactly. It's
I
an
started
external
reading it.
brain.
There's a lot of it's a very long book. And speak of the devil,
Who's what?
Paul Vanderklay.
What are we talking?
it was Paul Vanderklay. He's
Oh, I
watching.
didn't.
God have mercy
Okay.
on our souls.
I gotta go to bed. It
All
has
right.
been a pleasure talking.
Good night, Ron.
Jacob, thanks for letting me
Good
chat,
night.
dude. See.
Hello, Mr. Sartori.
Hello. How are you?
Isn't Michael
Good, how are
our
you?
third favorite Christian around here?
We have a lot of favorite Christians around here.
Well, first is Father Stephen, and then Father Eric, and then I think Michael.
I haven't ranked them, but Michael is the one who defends Protestantism the best. Let's put it that way.
Wow, that's a good one.
I mean, Pastor Tanner probably does it better, but Pastor Tanner doesn't come on very often. It's been a long time since Pastor Tanner's been on. He's
Who the
busy.
who the hell is Pastor Tanner?
Pastor Tanner, he's got a Twitch channel, which is actually pretty big. He's a nice guy. I went and visited him. He lives in Colorado. He is a Pastor Tanner is a Reformed Baptist minister.
That's fun.
Yeah.
So what did you talk about for the last 3 hours?
Oh wow, we talked about a lot of stuff.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. What's up with you?
I'll just put the girls to bed and my wife's at a thing, so I have time to be here.
I see.
Yeah. I had a
How
good
old's your youngest?
Hmm?
2? How old's your
The
youngest?
she'll be 2 in March. Yeah,
Okay,
so
so she's getting there.
she's getting there. She just goes to sleep super peacefully every time. So that's nice. The other one's not so much, but you know.
So I expected the book to be more about the whole Tecton thing. Unless I haven't gotten there.
Well, there's a section. If you look in the table of contents, there's like part 3, and that says the Tectonic School Project, and that was like the core. That was like the first thing I started writing, and then I just I was like I was trying to answer the deep questions because it could very easily see how I didn't want to start a program where people just think, oh, the secret to making this program a success is to just follow all the same steps that are like outlined in this plan or whatever. Because kind of the whole thing is that it needs to be actively wrestled with. Like people need to think about like how they would implement a program or a plan like within their context, within their community and their church and their set of beliefs and all these things. Like, I mean, because essentially there's no foolproof plan that can't be corrupted without active participation in trying to avoid corruption. So that meant I had to answer a whole bunch of other questions. And then it was just
Boomerality plus.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's part 3 where you actually get into the school after 340 pages.
Yeah, well. So the other thing is that the idea is that this will serve as like a curriculum. Yeah, and so I was thinking like, okay, young man doesn't know anything. This is a book, a very strange book for them, but
So basically like a Dollar General Jordan Peterson?
Yeah, exactly.
How did you make the index?
Well, more like the index. Go to the index.
There is no index. But anyone who purchased a paper copy of this book can send an email to the address listed with a picture of the book, and I will give you a searchable digital copy.
Yeah.
I was wondering how you made
Control
that.
F is the index.
I-
Control F and your imagination. See if it's in there.
Okay. Okay. Well, I looked up Federici, and I only show up twice. So,
Well,
yeah.
that's okay. That means that I'm not struggling with you so much.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have less beef with you than I feel like Damian Walter, the science fiction guy, like he says a lot of things that I'm like, ooh, I think he's really wrong about this, but people are gonna think he's smart, so I want to.
Damian Walter? I don't even know who this guy is.
He had a talk with Paul, and
Oh,
he's a
he's
science fiction podcast guy.
hold on. Is he the charlatan that Paul had on?
I don't know. He's a bald British guy.
No, that's somebody else I'm thinking of. Let me see if I recognize him. No, that's somebody else. Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about him.
Yeah, he writes about science fiction.
Apparently.
He's on this fool's errand where he thinks science fiction is going to produce a new mythology that doesn't need to have any connection to the
God.
mythology. Yeah, essentially. It's a fool's errand.
Look.
It's worth exploring, but it's just not going to get you anywhere.
I mean, so many people have so many times tried to create a religion that's not a religion. And the closest they've gotten to it is like Scientology, which is far, far worse than a religion.
Yeah. But but here's why it's in tension, because I think he's wrong about a lot of stuff. But then a lot of Christians are be like, why are we bothering with like space travel and stuff like that? Like, I mean, I don't know. I just see like Mars, Elon's trying to all that red dirt. It seems like it's very symbolic. It's like this was, because as far as I can tell from my reading in Genesis, you had like the Garden of Eden, and then you just had like undeveloped red dirt for like and that was what the people were supposed to do, like that was the job.
Okay, that is the first time I've heard a connection between Mars and Adama. Yeah, the red dirt.
It's red dirt.
I get it. Yeah, good job. I know the Rebbe was really big into space exploration because he was like, because he very much believed there's nothing that exists that God didn't create for a purpose. And he's like, look at all these planets. They must have a purpose, right? So like the Rebbe was very encouraging of space exploration and stuff. And I mean, creation care is a horrible idea in many ways, because it's how left-wing. Have you heard of creation care?
That sounds familiar in some way.
It's how left-wing people have started to try to buy evangelicals into being whatchamacallit?
Environmentalist?
Yeah, environmentalists. Yeah, and
but it's in the stupid way where they just want to have lots of empty space for the animals and nowhere for people to live. Cram everybody into 15-minute cities or whatever.
Right. And so, I mean, I don't like the idea as it currently exists, but I think if you do believe in creation and the God of creation, then a better word for it is conquering the land and dominating it, right?
Yeah.
Which is
Cultivating it.
cultivating it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like Mars needs to be cultivated.
Yeah. And I mean, I think it's in some ways so interesting because you think about it, it's like, okay, well, you know, it's problematic if you know, when you have like people coming into an occupied territory. With the New World, I mean, everybody was here was evil. Most of them were really killed by God because of the, you know, the germs that were brought over. But I mean, ultimately, like if they had called on the right God, they probably would have been healed. I mean, there is like I don't know if you heard of that, like that Aztec. There's like one Aztec guy who basically like came to this monotheistic revelation. Like,
I'd never heard of this. Okay.
it's crazy. It's like, you know, 50 years before the Spanish come or whatever. And it was like this one Aztec king or whatever was like, there is one God that created the whole universe, and he's the only one. And it was like basically, and everybody was like, yeah, we want to keep cutting people's hearts out. And so they just ignored him, and then their civilization disappeared. But you know, so like the set, I mean, so like that, you know, that's bad. But then it's like, well, the continent was relatively sparse when settlers started building here. But I mean, there's nobody. Well, pretty sure there's nobody on Mars, so it's like a clean slate. You know, we don't have to feel bad about indigenous groups and their ancestral property rights and stuff like that. Like, so. You know, there's probably going to be like space miners that want to capitalize it, and then the religious people will follow along for the ride and start their little Plymouth plantations on Mars.
Well, do you think we're going to be on Mars in my lifetime?
Probably something will. I don't know if it'll be like substantial.
Well, what do you guys? I'm curious. What do you think about Nick Land and accelerationism?
Nick Land?
Yes.
Nick Land is a horrible excuse for a human being, and no one should in any way pay
Well,
him.
he talks about
any
developing. I've heard him talk about like developing outer space and accelerationist capitalism and productivity over the environment.
Yeah, spending time on Nick Land is a waste of human capital. You should not do that.
I've only heard the name, but I mean, he's not someone that I've heard brought up by people that are like respected. Yeah,
So
here we go.
apparently, this is your monotheist, Nezahualcoyotl. Was a scholar, philosopher, warrior, architect, poet, and ruler of the city-state of Texcoco in pre-Columbian era Mexico.
Yep.
According to accounts by his descendants and biographers, he had an experience of an unknown, unknowable Lord of everything to whom he built an entirely empty temple in which no blood sacrifices of any kind were allowed, not even those of animals. However, he allowed human sacrifices to continue in other temples.
Yeah. It's interesting.
It is. Yeah, I had never heard of this guy. So, yeah. Died in 1472. And apparently he wrote poetry. So there you go.
Yep. So yeah, I think, you know, Elon's gonna get going on the Mars thing, and I think some good stuff will come out of that.
We are
Oh.
Elon fans, though.
Jikian apparently knew about this before I found him on Google. Very nice.
Yeah, it's hard to remember how to spell names like that.
Quetzalcoatl.
We do have a lot of really smart people in this world, especially around us.
Yep. I mean, especially in the Jordan Peterson sphere.
Correct. Yeah.
But I hope the Jordan Peterson sphere can continue, and I don't know. Maybe he'll bring an entire generation of young men into the light.
Mark, I still have a very hard time believing that you are in no way related to Archbishop Lefebvre. So
I don't know. There's like a million Lefebvres up in New England.
really, it's that.
Yeah, it's pretty common. There's a lot of like French Canadians up
French-
there.
Yeah, I
That's
think
my-
Lefebvre is a French.
My
thing.
father-in-law is French Canadian. There's a lot of them up there.
I mean, have you actually looked on genealogical trees? Because it's really hard to find people who you aren't related to that are like from 1,000 years ago. Pretty much every single one of us are descended from one common ancestor at
Aren't
least.
like billions of people descendants of Genghis Khan?
Pretty much everyone
like
is a descendant of Genghis Khan. Yeah.
Yeah. The most amount of people that are descended from somebody are descended from him, I think is
Yeah.
he was
We're
a Bronze
all
Age
descended
bird.
from Adam. There you go. See?
Well, and Noah. That's even
And-
more.
Yeah. Mark says, I am a direct descendant of Constantine and no other. Really? Lefebvre means blacksmith? What does Fevre mean in French? Translate. Fevre.
It's probably like making, like fabrication.
February.
Okay. But what does that mean?
Good question. I have no clue. But apparently, Fevre is February in French. The name derived from faber, the Latin word for craftsman, worker, used in late Latin in Gaul to mean smith. So there you go.
Hmm.
Many northern French surnames are used with the definite masculine noun as a prefix. Lefebvre, Lefebvre in a different way. Yeah. Wow, they have like 6 different spellings of Lefebvre on here. And hundreds of famous people named Lefebvre, none of whom are Mark Lefebvre of Navigating Patterns.
Pretty sure there's some good hockey players.
Could believe it. Could believe it.
I
They
wonder
are
what
French.
Sartori means.
What?
I wonder what Sartori means.
Taylor.
Yeah, today on Twitter, you tagged me with like I like to think somebody in my family bought cloth from somebody in Jacob's family, and it's actually quite likely that something like that did happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, my father's family have been cloth merchants for generations, so
And then my family left Italy sometime shortly after the invention of the sewing machine. So
There you go.
yeah.
Yeah. So what are you doing for Christmas?
Just having Christmas in with most of my family that's here.
You're not going out to dim sum? That's a Jewish thing. Well, yeah, like going out for Chinese food on Christmas has become a big Jewish tradition.
High
which is kind of-
knees.
What?
High knees, like CHAI knees.
Oh, Chinese, very funny. Yeah. Apparently, because Chinese restaurants tends to be open on Christmas,
And also, technically speaking, they don't mix meat and dairy.
yeah, because there's not a lot of dairy in Chinese food. So
Which it's not kosher, but it's kosher style. So Reformed Jews and conservative Jews feel slightly less guilty about it.
except for the mushu pork.
Yeah, pork's a no-go.
Pork is a no-go. Yep. So, what do you want to talk about, Michael?
I don't know. I'm just keen to hang out, you know? I did have a nice talk with Christian Baxter today about the book, so that was good. And I've democratized the recording of the audiobook to the masses. So, because, you know, there's a lot of people that are like, I'm waiting for the audiobook. I can't get through that and stuff. So, basically, anybody that wants to record a chapter, just do it that way.
Do you have
Okay.
any volunteers yet?
I don't think so. I mean, I just put a thing out this morning, so we'll see. But I'm sure some people will. Some people are very kind with things like that. I bet Gavin will do one. He helped me. He's been very supportive of the project. So, but hopefully, some other people.
Gavin is a good guy.
Christian's suggestion was that Mark Parker should read the chapters on boomerality.
We love Christian around here.
Christian Baxter, yes.
Yeah, Christian's a good guy.
Christian, I have told him many times I am very, very supportive of him.
I don't know. I mean, do you have any plans for Hanukkah, Jacob?
I'm sure my sister is going to invite us over. She always does. Usually we end up going to the Hanukkah lighting in Beverly Hills because...
Is it the Chabad?
Yeah, Chabad has. That's
love
actually
Chabad.
one of the Hanukkah lightings that got all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. So this is
What
actually
happened?
actually an interesting story. So, like 60, 70 years ago, very few people had heard of Hanukkah. It's actually a minor Jewish holiday. Like even to this day in Israel, like not a lot of people pay attention to Hanukkah because it's a pretty minor holiday.
Even more than Purim.
Yeah, it is a very minor holiday, right? And so like especially people who aren't necessarily that religious don't generally, I mean, it's literally from the Apocrypha, right? And unlike Purim, which has a whole tractate of the Talmud, Hanukkah gets mentioned on like 2 pages of the Talmud. That's about it. And so Hanukkah was not very popular. And the Rebbe, based on, I mean, it says in Shulchan Aruch, it says in the Code of Jewish Law that the main point of Hanukkah is Pirsume Nisa, is to advertise the or publicize the miracle of Hanukkah, which the oil and 8 days and all that stuff, right? And so the Rebbe made a big deal of public Hanukkah lightings, and like everybody from Reform through secular to Orthodox, everybody was against him doing this, and
What would the Orthodox be against it?
because they for many different reasons, some because they thought it was a lot of them actually were against it. I mean, if you look at it, it got all the way up to the Supreme Court based on separation of church and state stuff, because nativity scenes, right? So the Supreme Court decision was actually about nativity scenes and Christmas stuff on public grounds, but the Hanukkah menorah was included in the consolidated case at the Supreme Court, and you can look at the Amici Curiae briefings, like the American Jewish Congress. I think even the Orthodox Union was one of the people who were like, no, we don't want this. This is there should be separation of church and state, et cetera, et cetera. And the Rebbe was like, no, that's a misunderstanding of the First Amendment. He was very adamant about this, that freedom of religion should not be considered freedom from religion. He was very opposed to removing prayer from schools. He was like, they should do a moment of silence, etc.
Do you agree with him on?
What?
Do you agree with that? For the Rebbe on this?
Have I ever disagreed with the Rebbe about anything?
Not that I know of. I was just curious because you
Yeah,
said
not that I know of either. Why would I disagree with the Rebbe? What are you talking about?
I'm just saying the Orthodox Union, but I understand.
But the Rebbe is the Rebbe. Anyway, I'm kind of sort of joking, but not really. The Supreme Court ended up saying that, hey, look, there's menorahs, so it can't be establishment clause because it's general holidays and Hanukkah is included, et cetera, et cetera. So that made it even more acceptable, especially if there's like Hanukkah celebration similarly, right? Which turned out to be really good for Chabad, because now in a lot of places they'll have a Hanukkah candle lighting kind of sort of to even out the Christmas one, right? And yeah, so it became the Beverly Hills Hanukkah lighting was actually the one that went all the way up to the Supreme Court.
Jesus celebrated Hanukkah.
Yes, so that's one of my favorite jokes. What's the
Herzl
difference
celebrated-
between Theodore Herzl and Jesus?
Yeah, Herzl celebrated Christmas and Jesus celebrated Hanukkah.
Dun-dun-dun. I'm guessing you don't know who Theodore Herzl was.
And who's that?
A very heretical person.
He was the founder of of secular Zionism.
Oh, okay. Yes, and I mean, I'd heard you mention the name before. Well, yeah. Yeah. When does Hanukkah start?
For the first time in a long time, on Christmas Eve.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this year
Then we'll probably have latkes for dinner.
Yay! Do you have a Hanukkah? You should get a Hanukkah.
Yeah, we got one.
Yay! You should light candles.
Have you ever heard the
Yeah, I will do
Adam
that.
Sandler Hanukkah song, Michael?
Of course, I've heard the Adam Sandler Hanukkah song. I'm 40 years old.
What was I gonna say? Oh, Don wanted to know the Rebbe's position on the state of Israel. So, Chabad was traditionally one of the strongest anti-Zionist Hasidic movements, and while a lot of people misunderstand what the Rebbe said, the I've actually done a few chapters of Manech Chacham, which is Rabbi Yoel Kahn, who is the Rebbe's most prominent student, wrote a book, which I actually have, and I've gone over, which explains how Chabad is actually more anti-Zionist than Satmar. Kalonymus might find that a surprising
Wow,
position.
that doesn't make much sense to me.
Well, if you would like to understand that better, you can go listen to me translating Manech Chacham, and I've done I think I've done like 4 hours of Manech Chacham on my channel. Let me
Yeah,
see.
I mean,
How much did I do Manech Chacham?
have you ever done Divrei Yol on stream?
Divrei Yol. You mean I have done 3 streams. Yeah, about 4 hours of Manech Chacham. And if people watch the rest, I will actually like listen, do the rest of Manech Chacham if people want.
Divrei Yol was the one by the Satmar Rebbe, I believe.
Divrei Yol is one of the collections of his works. Yeah, I mean, I might do. I have Al Hagola Al Atmora, but if I was going to do anything, it would probably be that one. Kalonymus says, "Well, Satmar and Chabad have always been in competition. Add this to the list." Yes, basically.
Who has cooler Nagunim?
Definitely Chabad, without any thing. The Yol Moshe is Reb Yol's best known work, but it's considered to be too difficult for most people to.
But have you ever gone on any Satmar writings on your stream?
Have I? I may have done some of Al Hagola Al Hatmura, but I don't think so. No, not necessarily. Yeah, and Al Hagola Al Hatmura, I have. I learned it. I went through it once. I've never actually learned through the Yol Moshe. But if
Yeah,
Chazi wants to learn Vayol Moshe with me, I will learn it with Chazi. Kalonymus, you should come on my channel and teach Vayol Moshe to Chazi.
Actually, has Kalonymus been on stream before?
Nope. He's
Okay, yeah,
never
'cause
come on stream.
I don't know, because I know he is a Hasid, but he does use the internet, which is a little odd for a Satmar Hasid. But the fact that he doesn't come on stream is a bit confusing to me.
Well, it's not confusing. Satmar Hasidim don't often come on streams, but a Chassid who, well, he's not married, as far as I know. Kalonymus, are you married yet? Married Hasidim. Well, he's pretty old for a Satmar Chassid who's not married. Come on, Kalonymus, get married already. But he, once they're married and working, and Kalonymus is definitely working, he's an accountant, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Hasidim do get involved with the interwebs. But if his rabbi were to find him on my channel, he might. He's definitely not going to be allowed to live in whatchamacallit. Yeah, if he was married, he would be too busy. Definitely not going to be given permission to live in Kiryas Yoel. Kalonymus, do you want to live in Kiryas Yoel? Would you be allowed to live in Kiryas Yoel if you wanted to? I'm guessing not. Kiryas Yol is a all Satmar village in upstate New York.
So non-married Hasidim can use the internet. Married Hasidim can't.
No, it's the other way around. Usually, the only married Hasidim use. Yeah, and he's like, no way, they wouldn't let him live in Kiryas Yol. Yeah, you have to be pretty stark to. Oh, really? They would let you live in Kiryas Yol? Oh, I guess since you're not married? Really? Well, I guess if you want to, they would already be like, you're pretty stark. I don't know what the exact rules are for living in Kiryas Yol or not.
Okay. Could I ask a somewhat unrelated question?
Sure.
Do you know of who a French Jewish philosopher named Bernard Henry Levi is?
No, but I've heard continental philosophy is pretty stupid.
No, but I heard Chabad. He's done some Chabad events, and I was curious if he would vouch for him in the Orthodox community.
I don't. In the Haredi community, like philosophers rarely have much thing. So Kalonima says, "I'm Williamsburg through and through." Really, is Williamsburg that different from Kiryas Yol? I thought Kiryas Yol was just cheaper to live in. That's all I know about the difference between thing. He was Sartre's buddy toward the end of his life.
Sartre was a piece of shit.
Wow.
Kirk doesn't like Sartre. And Andrew's back. Who let you back on my channel?
Don't look at me, man. I don't know. Every time I'm on here, it's a surprise.
Who are those people in the pictures?
Oh, I've got no clue. I'm at my grandparents' place.
Oh, you're in Indiana?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You went all
So
the
those
way-
are your relatives, though?
I don't know.
Oh,
That
okay.
looks like it's you in that picture.
Oh, this one is me and my parents.
Oh wow, little baby Andrew.
Yeah, I know. My ears they stuck out so much. Look at that. Oh my gosh. There are cute kids and then there's me. What? Oh.
Estuary is second and fourth Tuesday of the month. I don't know much about continental philosophy, but the more I hear about it, the less I like it.
Well, who told you that it was stupid?
I was listening to something and people, I don't know, somebody said something about continental philosophy and it was like, it sounds dumb. Hold on, you wear shorts, Colonimus? You mean on a daily basis you wear shorts? Or even on Shabbos you wear shorts? As a chassid on Shabbos, you don't wear a bekisha? I'm so disappointed. Well, also he's not married, so he's not allowed to wear a shtreimel.
Wait, non-married Hasidim can't wear shtreimels?
Nope, non-married chassidim don't wear shtreimels.
What is that?
That's
A
a big
shtreimel
black
is-
hat.
It's the big fur hat.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
really
okay.
cool. It's really cool.
Those
To be
are
honest.
cool.
Okay, so he wears a bekisha on Shabbos. Okay, so you still
What's that?
do it. A bekisha. Here, let's get you a picture of a bekisha. How do you spell bekisha? There's bekisha. So a bekisha is that thing, or that thing, or that thing. There's a chassid with a shtreimel and a bekisha. I haven't seen a lot of orange bekishas. Why is he wearing an orange bekisha? Who wears orange bekishas?
So
It's a long coat.
It's like a shiny bathrobe.
Basically, yeah, it's usually made from silk.
Mm.
Yeah.
Have you ever worn a bekisha?
I have never worn a bekisha. Nope. I have never worn a bekisha. Chabad wears something that looks married Chabad on holidays wears something that looks kind of like a bekisha. That actually looks kind of like a kapot. It's called a kapota.
Do they wear it on the married Chabad wear it on Shabbat?
Yeah, yeah. So married Chabad people, not kapoti. How do you spell kapota? Kapota? Is that how you spell it? I forgot how to spell Chabad kapota. There you go. That's a kapota. And there's a
not as
Chabadnik
shiny.
wearing a kapota. Yeah.
Oh, did you see that down? My last name in there.
Oh, where?
Under one of the pictures.
It says Sartori.
Scroll down.
Scrolling down. Oh, Sartoria. Okay. Custom capotas. There you go.
Yep.
Yep.
So your ancestors were selling the fabric to my ancestors, and we were selling the clothes back to your ancestors.
Quite possibly. I'm guessing. I mean, a lot of silk I think did come from China, and I think my family were involved. Okay,
I
let's
mean,
see
guessing
what people.
my particular ancestors may not have been so successful since they no longer live in the north of Italy, where the fashions, come from. But that's where we originated.
Okay, gentlemen.
Okay, peace.
Unless you have something to say, I think I'm probably going to end this stream. Do you have something
Yeah.
to say?
Nah. Well, happy Hanukkah season.
Andrew,
Happy-
do you need a book?
No.
What is it?
This is the book
It's-
that I wrote.
It's Michael's new book.
Sure, I'll take it.
Okay.
I
I
mean,
have your
yes,
phone number.
yes.
I'll text you a link.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes. And then you can read it, and then you can help him.
If you want to record a chapter for the audiobook, that would be helpful.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So,
Colonimus wants to know what the book's about. It's about Michael's thoughts about life, the universe, and everything.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Perfect.
Jordan Peterson 2.0.
And it has references to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy right in like the second chapter. So,
And Colonimus, I think you're a little too old and not Christian enough to marry his daughters. Sorry. He's trying to prepare men worthy of his daughters. So, yeah.
yep. All right. Well, I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay. Good night,
Night.
gentlemen. I think I'm going to end this stream. It was nice talking to all of you.
yep.